Okay, live stream is now on. Second over, 3 runs for the first. Second over wide, outside off. That's always going to be runs for Pooja Ganesh. Beautiful cover beautiful cut through point region for 4 runs. She's been hitting the ball beautifully through the covers, cutting it well, and also pulls the ball magnificently. Anything short, she is onto it. So the sweet sound of the ball off the willow there, just that tick sound showing the timing was exquisite. So Pooja moves on to 6 already in only the second over. So Bluejays in the field. A neat start with 3 runs off the first over. And the first delivery was a little bit of a loosener. The outfield will be a little bit damp. Thankfully there was no rain yesterday. But there's always a little bit of dew here in muggy Missouri. So cover point goes deep, just about 20 meters in from the circle, from the boundary. It looks like, just being aware that Pooja does play that shot well. Pitched up a little more. Pooja punches it into covers for a quick single. Pooja Ganesh showing some really good form this tournament, and batting with her vice captain Tia Gonzalez, who too has shown her mettle as a cricketer and has been outstanding with the ball, with the bat, and in the field too, leading by example. So without doubt, these are the 2 top teams in the tournament, and they battled it out in the dark. They battled it out in the dark. It looks like Hemant is there, back with the music. We were wondering when it would be coming. I'm sure you can hear it loud and clear, adding to the festive nature of the day. Wicket-keeper Annika, who is an outstanding keeper, obviously plays for the USA Women's, just helping Tia make her mark there at 2-leg. Slightly open stance. Down the leg. Gets a tickle nicely down to fine leg, who's on the boundary. And a difficult one to take from the keeper. But Preeti is there to pick it up. So there's no doubt that we'll get a full 30 overs in for both sides. We battled it out a couple of nights ago, almost in the dark, trying to get this game to finish. St. Louis Americans coming out on top. Also down the leg. I think there might be some bat to that one. Picked up other fine leg and a better ball over the stumps. No, that was a leg by. Ball just drifting down to the leg and getting some pad on it. Better delivery, much straighter. Tia shows the full face of the bat in at mid-off, runs in to pick it up. Preeti is a left field and will be working hard with those long arms of hers to stop any quick singles, because these 2 batters will definitely take it. Preeti just an average of 14.5 this tournament. Hasn't been in the runs, but hasn't had much opportunity. Lovely use of the wrist. She'll come back for 2. Oh, very well taken again by Annika. Difficult bounce at the end of the over. 12. No loss. So going nicely at 6 and over. A decent start by St. Louis Americans. In the past they have been slow starters, and then they do pick up the pace. Of course they have Divya, who is the leading run scorer at the moment with 209 runs. An average of 69 and a high score of 100. Just 3 players reaching 100. Chetna ready from St. Louis American. Jessica from Team tornadoes. I'm looking forward to watching Chetna bat today. I've been very impressed with her composure and her ability to find the gaps. She has struggled down leg a little bit and has left quite a few runs on the table, but I imagine Coach CD would have been onto that this morning and had her in the nets, sharpening up those leg side shots. It's a good delivery, not much room there at all, and Vashita keeping it really tight, Pretty doing the rest of it, ensuring there's no quick singles between these two batters. Annika standing up, shown to be very confident with her bowlers, pretty sure that they're going to be putting in the right place. There is a slip in place, and third man. Pooja reaches out on the up, beautiful hands, picked up in the covers, or at points as well. Both of the fielders converging on the ball. So there's some eagerness in the field. Very pleasing to see indeed. Just keeping the pressure on the batters, ensuring that they are thinking twice before taking the quick singles. Pooja happy to play a full drive. Misfield. Will they come back for two? Good calling, good calling. Pooja knew that there actually was a two there. She would have made it quite comfortably. Tia perhaps not yet aware of the pace of Pooja. And also, what's interesting when you watch Pooja bat is her ability to turn sharply. So she gets very low when she gets to the other side. Just tips the bat over the crease and bursts off very, very quickly. So she really has phenomenal technique, which aids in her ability to take quick singles. Down leg popped up. Oh, it looked like an opportunity. Fielder not up to it just yet. Ball goes back over the stumps. Pretty there to clean up. Yeah, definitely a run-out opportunity there. Throw was poor and didn't give Annika behind the wickets time to retrieve and throw back to the bowler's end. But had the second run gone ahead, pretty sure that they would have made it. 14 now. Annika up to the stumps. Down the leg, beautifully taken, ever ready for the stumping opportunity too. She really is a fine keeper, is Annika. That's confident drive, beautifully fielded again by Pretty ever present. 15 without loss after the third over. Trisha Beena into the attack. And looks like she's bowled quite tiredly. 3 matches. Short, neatly played onto the offside. Economy of 6.6. which isn't too bad for 30 overs, maybe a little on the high side. And she's picked up the 2 wickets. Only bowled 8 overs. I should be looking to bowl just short of a length, keeping the batsman pinned back a little bit. That's the ball. Too short to cut. And Tia looking to play that backward of point, but a little too tight. And it goes through to the keeper. Just not enough room there to cut the ball. Be careful not to chop that onto her stumps. Again, flirting with that cut shot. That was probably a better ball to cut. It was a little wider outside off. But just sliding through a little quicker than Tia is expecting at the moment. Trisha showing some good skill, keeping it just short of a length outside off. That's the ball that she wants, nice and close to the off stump. Let's see how she does here. That's gone down the leg side. That'll be a wide, neatly taken by Anika behind the wickets. I have young Krish Patel with me as my co-commentator. He's keeping an eye on the scorers as well, making sure everything's running smoothly. And he's a lovely young cricketer who will be sharing some of his insights in a while. Oh, another swing and a miss. It'll be good just to get some bat and ball there. It did look like a half volley. It was probably there to be driven through the covers. I'm just coming off the shot ever so slightly, and eyes moving away and missing the ball. The shot was there, that is for sure. Yeah, that's 3 swings and 3 misses so far this over, so the fielding team will be happy. We do love a dot in limited overs cricket. Down leg, sprays down, and Anika picks it up neatly. Good morning, Krish. How did you sleep last night?
Good.
Slept well. Have you got any practices that are happening for you today?
No, but I have a game today.
Oh, a game today. That's exciting. Who are you playing against? Or is it just an intra-club game?
Inter-club game.
Okay, inter-club game. That'll be nice. Be a beautiful day for it. That looks wide again. Yes, the umpire has signaled wide again. Anika, she really is a lovely keeper. Had to pick it up low, 2 steps to her right, down low at her legs, and she manages to scoop that up very neatly. Krish, what are you making of the game so far?
So you can see Tia struggling in this over, and the first over that Trisha bowled, she gave a boundary, and I think she's kind of recovering from that. And then Varshita, she's bowling economical and on the spot, and they're not scoring as many runs off of it, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Bluejays to have the balls being sprayed rather wide this over. They've kept it nice and tight, but I'll get an idea from my stats guys in a minute. Oh, that looks like wide again. How many wides have we had so far this over? 5 wides this over. So disappointing. Of course, not only is that the extra run, but it's the extra ball, isn't it? Extra ball to be hit. Krish, if you were captain, what advice would you be giving the bowler right now?
So, I was if I was a keeper, I'd try to, since she's bowling lots of them down leg, so it's kind of if she bowls it low in, she would be hitting their pad. So I'd tell her to aim for the off stump wide line. So if she's already bowling down leg, she'll aim for the off stump wide line, and I think it could go to 4th or 5th stump.
Well, that's a good idea, just changing her maybe. It's a better delivery. To 20 runs now. Come on, Trisha. Let's get that onto that fourth stump. Outside off. Can we get it there? Yeah, that should look good enough. No wide ball. And that is the end of the over. She'll be glad to see the back of that over. 20. No loss after 4 overs. Vashita going to be bowling her 3rd over. She's bowled very neatly indeed. What's it? Looks like an economy of 4.5. Picked up 2 wickets in her 12 overs so far. That means they do like having her bowl almost to her full allotment. She's bowled very tightly indeed. What are her? Let's have a look at her figures when you can, guys. That's wide outside off. It's very lucky that wasn't a wide.
She's only gave in 6 runs with the 2.57 economy.
Oh, that's outstanding, isn't it? Just the 6 runs off her 2 overs. So her partners at the other end will have to work a little harder to match the skill of Vashita, that's for sure. And she comes, lovely run up. And very well played shot. Just angling the bat, opening the face just a little bit and punching it hard to backward point who fields neatly. Field just 1 meter to the left and that ball would have scurried away for 4. Very, very neatly played by Pooja. Pooja will look to get after anything wide outside off. In comes Vashita over, just outside off. Pooja waits for the ball, plays it above the eye line into the covers.
Yes, get up, make room.
Good ball outside off, rising high above the bat of Tia Gonzalez. Again, just scurried through a little bit there. And Tia's struggling to get after that cut shot today. It certainly has had the opportunities. But that one just evading her. Just coming through too quickly and too high. Great keeping again by Annika. Short again. There we go. Thick outside edge. But that gets away nicely. Could make it down to the boundary. No, picked up by 3rd man. Relays it in. And that's a very good arm back to Annika at the stumps. And that's 2 runs to wrap up the over. 23 for no wicket after 5 overs. Okay, our 6 over. Coming in, Pooja Ganesh. Ever ready. And ball just drifts down the leg side again. Young Yash into the attack. Pooja gives herself a little bit of space there, looking to free up some area into the offside. The ball does jag back a touch, and she just plays it back neatly to the bowler. And Yash has been bowling very nicely this tournament indeed, an economy of 4.91. She's picked up 4 wickets at a strike rate of 13.5. So she is a dangerous bowler. That ball not terribly dangerous. It was in danger of being a wide, in fact, and it was indeed well left by Pooja. Picked up by Anika again. So St. Louis Americans will be aware that Yash is a wicket taker. It's probably come in at a really good time, I would say. So partnership just ticking along nicely at 5 runs and over. Be good to break this partnership. Fuller delivery, hit well through the covers. Pooja very, very confident to play the wide ball outside off, and she hits it very well over the boundary for another 4. Now her second 4. Sumit is my other co-commentator. He's taken his time to get you this morning. I saw he stroll over to get some coffee first, had a chat with the crowd, and now he's graced us with his presence. So Sumit, welcome.
Thank you, Peter. To the old commentary. When I go, I don't look sideways, and I miss the entire big tent here with all the commentary setup. But I really like Yash's bowling action. But as we know, Pooja is really strong on the offside. There was a really nice flowing shot. That's a good ball. A little outside edge to short third man. Pooja looking for double, but ultimately deciding against it. Vice Captain Tia on strike. Yash to bowl the next ball. Nice flowing action. Seemed like an in-swinger that moved in a little bit. And well played by Tia. Back to the bowler. Next ball. Again, nice swing to short third man. And Pooja is really, really quick between the wickets. So she was already halfway down by the time the ball had reached the fielder. I think Yash can be a really dangerous bowler when she bowls that hard length. With a swing bowler, there's always that risk of over pitching a little bit. And if she gives width to Pooja, Pooja will take runs off her. Next ball of the over, outside on the middle stump. Slightly short, Pooja pulls it to square leg boundary. That's 4 runs. Excellent shot by Pooja. End of the over.
Isani into the attack. After a very good opening spell. And she's bowling at an economy of 5.62, it looks like. Hasn't picked up any wickets yet. It's a nice start. Yash brought it back nicely last over, and then just one short ball, and Pooja's onto it very quickly. Pooja's shot selection has been really, really good this tournament. Very happy to wait for anything pitched up, but anything short as well, she will punish. There we go, it's well hit, lots of wrist in that shot. Picked up in the covers just for the one. These two running very well between wickets, and it's been a feature, I think, of the St. Louis Americans as they're running between wickets. And we have seen some of the teams that have struggled with that, but you know, the importance of rotating the strike, Sumit, is can't be underplayed.
That's absolutely right, and it's fun to see these young women athletes, really being really showing the intent to score, and really, not missing out on any possible run. That's a nice, good length ball within the inner circle, and again, Pooja and Tia were quick to cross over for a single.
Lovely shot by Pooja. Just the softer hands. Didn't hit it very hard, which allowed the opportunity for that single. Had she hit it firmly to backward point to Pretty, there would not have been a run. But good cricket thinking again by Pooja using the soft hands. Big thick outside edge though, but it's well struck. May go all the way behind backward point. Pretty, very athletic, gets the ball in and stops the ball from going over the boundary. So that's another 2 runs. Nice to see Tia starting to find her groove, playing that cut shot she played and missed. Sumit, while you were getting your 3rd cup of coffee there, searching for the commentary box, Tia was playing and missing a lot outside off, looking for that cut shot, but it really looks like she's got there now. Next delivery. It's only unfortunately a wide ball. Krish, at the end of this over, we need some, if you could give us some stats so far on the way the game's going, just kind of run rate and the batter's run rate as well.
Projected score.
Overlooked. Oh, it's over the top. Could be out. Oh, that really was a catch in the covers area, and one of the disappointing features, I would say, generally has been the quality of catching. We have seen some good catches, but we've seen just too many missed opportunities in the field. The straightforward catches typically being taken, but those half chances not being taken, and that really is the difference between the levels of play, isn't it, Sumit? I mean, it's the sharp chances that you've got to take.
I think you're absolutely right, Peter. I think one of the missed opportunities here has been the catching part of it. And what we have seen thus far is that if those catches are like easy and hit straight to the fielder without much power, they're being taken. But if it is hit with power, like the previous shot was, the fielders are a little reluctant to get to the ball. So. And that fraction of second when they have the hesitation to get to the ball, that's the difference between taking the catch and missing the catch. And that not just a missed catch, that also went to the boundary, so that's 4 runs.
Krish, can you give us some stats on the game so far?
So the score is 44-0 for no loss in 7 overs. The current run rate is 6.3. The partnership is 44 and 51 balls, and the projected score is 189.
What's Pooja's strike rate? Let's have a look at our stats, guys. Having another look as Yash lines up to bowl her 2nd over. It's well cut again by Pooja. She's not going to miss out on those opportunities. Fielder's got to get down to it. Oh, and it goes over the boundary. 4 runs. Again, as Sumit was saying, just that fraction of a second of a misfield and can be well punished indeed. And that's another 4 that probably should not have gone. So Bluejays leaking the runs at the moment, and in doing so, giving the St. Louis Americans a little bit of extra confidence to push their run rate even higher than it is right now. Absolutely critical that the fielders get down to the ball and show commitment to put their body on the line. It also has created a change in fielding, where we've got someone at deep extra cover now, someone at cover point, a wide gully, a short mid-off, or short covers, mid-off, mid-on, Puja comes inside the ball, finds the gap, backward of fine leg, but very well in indeed by Anika. She does have a good arm from the boundary. So deep extra cover comes into the ring. Only just got one ring now, it looks like, which is about 25-30 meters off the rope. If Puja gets hold of, what's this, Tia? It is Tia. Quick stride. That gives her that extra little bit of power when she strikes the ball. Puja batting at 104, which is quite typical for her. In fact, it's probably a little low for her, but she has opened the batting, and I'm pretty sure that she's going to pick up the run rate in the next few overs. Short of a length, hits it to the point, but well fielded this time.
Lovely wrist work from Tia, as Peter just said. It's fun to watch her, use her wrists. You can see her wrists flowing through the cut shot, flowing through the drive, and that just gives that extra bit of power to her shots. And I think that's what saved her last time, even when she played the ball in the air. Another cut shot from Tia. She's really starting to find her cut shots here, and that's rolling to the boundary for 4 runs. Excellent square cut from Tia. And she's able to play these shots very close to the wicket, very close to the body, not much width needed. Brings her wrists into play and just cuts them, drives them, and scoring lots of runs on the offside.
That's the 50 up in the 8th over. And of course it's a 50 partnership between these two young openers. They've run well between wickets. They've dealt with the loose ball very well on both sides of the wicket. So, a lovely partnership indeed. That ball just drifts across Tia and collected behind by Nika. This takes Puja's tally for the tournament to over 100 as well. So lovely milestone for the young cricketer. Again wide, outside the off. Sumit, extras have been a challenge in this tournament, with them often going into the 30s and 40s. So when you're chasing totals and you suddenly look and say, my gosh, the extras column, we gave them a lot of runs, and makes a difference when you're running after a total. So it's been key to keep these extras down. Nice push forward into short mid off. So the discipline in the bowling and the batting has been key.
That's absolutely right, Peter. So it was generally a good over from Yash, and but every over, as we have seen after that, really strong opening spell. There have been 1 or 2 bad balls, 1 or 2 wides, and when you tally that at the end of 30 overs, there'll be a lot of boundaries scored of those loose balls, as well as wides, accounting for 30 to 40 wides. Isani is the next bowler, bowling from the parking lot end. There seems to be a quick water break for the batters. It's getting really hot here in St. Louis. It's going to touch 95 degrees today and 100 tomorrow, and humid. So perfect weather for cricket. But these athletes are well conditioned, so they are they're going to stay strong to the end of the game, I hope. Puja on strike. So Peter, I want to talk a little bit about the you talked about Puja's batting and really her shot selection, and it's really nice to see how she's evolving as a cricketer. Because in some of the previous tournaments, what we had seen was that Puja was eager to score and eager to establish herself really early on, and ended up losing her wicket because she was trying to score and trying to go after the bowler, that seems like an outside edge, and she's out. Just as I was talking about the aspect of her shot selection that was well outside off stump, and it was a half shot from Pooja. But in general, in this tournament, what we have seen from Pooja is that she's waiting for the ball a lot more and playing her shots, under her eyes. But this was an anomaly, and it cost her a wicket.
Yeah, I call that the commentator's curse, as you were literally talking about how her shot selection is in. She wafts after a wild swing it behind, neatly down by Anika. Has improved tremendously, and it's good to see a maturity developing. I mean, she's only just turned 14 years old, and I think part of it, let's be fair, she's batted in boys tournaments, and as a young woman wanting to prove herself, and she's a quality cricketer, and is going to be making a lot of runs, and I would imagine she's going to make a lot of runs for the USA. Now her captain, it looks like. No, it's not her captain. It is the number one striker of the tournament, Divya, coming into bat. She scored a beautiful 100 in quick time yesterday, and we'll, I'm sure, see a few fireworks from her. Her shot selection is also going to be critically important. Did see yesterday she did go after a few too many, perhaps, and quite a bit airborne, so the chances are going to be there. So Sumit said earlier, if those half chances can be taken there, she could be sent packing pretty quickly. But her strike rate is 159.5, so let's give her 160, should we? It's a tremendous strike rate. 209 runs, she's got 150, she's got a century under her name. She hit 4 sixes and 27 fours, so she loves finding the boundary, particularly a cross bat shot over cow corner. She's got a very good eye, must be from her youth as a field hockey player, and will be on strike. See if Sani can get her second wicket of the game. Yeah, it's well played. Divya not too interested in taking a quick single. Fielder's close in, making sure she doesn't get that, keeping the pressure on. Yeah, talking about fitness, yesterday Divya toughed it out in the sun, getting to her 100, and even towards the end was still running those quick singles and turning ones into twos. So gutsy performance. She watches that nicely, lets the ball come to her, eyes right over the ball, head still, and dabs that down to backward of point. Pretty does the rest. Well, someone's just opened the oven because it's just suddenly sweltering here. So one of the challenges, Sumit is now going to rearrange the furniture, but I think the electronics won't allow us to. But what you can do is come over to my side. That's well played. Eyes over the ball. That's well played into the covers. So both batters now watchful. It's the end of the 10th over, 57 runs. (57-1) after 9 overs. Puja Ganesh just leaving the ground, caught behind off a lovely outswing piece of bowling. Loose shot, unfortunately, played, but well taken. Anika Krishnan just picked up the one wicket for 30 runs this tournament so far. But a decent economy rate of 3.3, so that's highly effective. And she'll be, I think this is a excellent bowling change, making sure she keeps the dangerous Divya pinned down. Yeah, even there you can see Divya stretching forward, eager to get after that delivery. But short of a length, slower ball, she's not able to do much with it at all. So Lassia, the captain, I think that's a very smart change indeed. I'm sure she's being helped a lot by Priti and of course her keeper, Anika. Let's see how Anika does. Yeah, anything short is very powerful hitter, but well fielded on the boundary. It's the single. Better dealt with smash through the offside, but as I said, Divya prefers her cross, and anything loose, she will drag it over to the leg, that boundary.
To have a very strong bottom hand, Peter. Even the way she lifts her bat, moves it up and down a little bit, waiting for the ball. It seems like that, ready to hit the ball mid wicket. In this case, the feet moved after already reached the keeper.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Sumit, but I play my best shots after I've missed it. I play some beautiful cover drives after I've had a play and a miss. I remember listening to Kevin Peterson, who was talking about the rise of the one-day game, and I guess that's well played in the block house, squeezed out to point, no run, and I guess I've got to stop saying the rise of the short version of the game, because we're well into it in the RPL and just doing phenomenal stuff in building such excitement for the game. But Peterson was talking about how coaches should no longer overemphasize. It's a thick outside edge, full flow of the arms, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4. Nice to see that Tia's finding the groove with her cut shot. Lovely flow. And he was saying that coaches are overemphasizing the top hand. He said if you look at all the big shots, he says you're not using your top hand, you're using your bottom hand. And that the coaching manual really needs to be rewritten in some ways so that we can get that bottom hand into play a lot more.
It's funny, the batters these days, they are indifferent which hand they use as sort of their power hand. When you think about Rishabh Pant as a batter, he tends to lose the grip of his bottom hand while playing lofted shots all the time, and yet it sails over for 6. So he's able to generate that power from his top hand, and that's what the game is becoming. There's no more a hand that directs the ball in the right direction and the bottom hand that generates the power. The batters are using both hands to generate a lot of power, and even the right hand. You see, it's people turning around the wrists of the right hand or the bottom hand to direct the ball. So it's a lot of skill development that's taking place because of this shorter version of the game, and the evolution is taking place. But in the previous over, it was again very nice to see Tia, cutting that ball that wasn't that far from off stump through that point region. I think this is her 3rd or 4th boundary in that area.
Luckily signing in the attack, bowling to Divya. Just looking at the field. They've got a deep extra cover on the boundary, and they've got a third on the drop. Anyone back there dropping mid off and mid on to the 30-yard line, and they've got a deep mid wicket. It should be an interesting session of play. That is very well left indeed. Well watched. Ball rising, moving outside off, wide ball. Sumit, I thought your discussion of T20 and Rishabh Pant, who was the captain the other night, with that brilliant run chase from South Africa, I thought is that what you want to talk about that?
Not today.
Not today. It looks like the first T20 between the two teams are off the table as a discussion point.
Yeah, I'm not particularly impressed with Pant's captaincy. I think he is he just takes a lot of random decisions that are a head scratcher for me. For example, we're not talking about the first game and how South Africa changed, but talking about some of his captainship moves, how he decided not to bowl Chahar his full quota of 4 overs. Here you have the purple cap holder in red hot form from just out of IPL, and first he bowls him during the power play, which Chahal is not a power play bowler, and then he ends up bowling all of 2.1 overs, including the first ball of the 20th over. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher, not leveraging the resources he has at its disposal. And I think South Africa, they did a fantastic job of chasing 211 run. Miller is in red hot form, so if you don't get Miller out, he can chase down any score today. Meanwhile, another ball outside off stump, and Divya just nicely played it into the covers region. There seems to be a conference going on between the bowler and the wicketkeeper. Whatever they're doing seems to be working fine for Divya because she's been tied down a little bit. Has scored 3 runs. So yeah, she scored 3 runs of 5 balls. That's opposite of her normal strike rate. So they're not giving her the length that's been called a wide. They're not giving her the length or the line that she really likes to play just yet. It'll be interesting to see if they are able to maintain the consistency and keep her tied down, because that's a good way to get the aggressive batter out, is to tie them down and they end up giving up their wicket because they want to score the runs.
Yeah, ball jags back just a little bit, and Divya plays it back to the keeper. Divya plays with quite firm hands, so I like the fact that they've got Pretty there, number 6, just in a catching position in the short extra cover region. And as I'm talking about that, Captain Lassia has moved herself into a short mid-wicket region. See if that ball's going to pop a little bit. No, it's very well taken. Another wide, unfortunately. The wides are going to count big time. Both these teams are so well matched that any extra run, just one extra run, could make the difference at the end of the game. I'm liking the captaincy here. Seems to be a collaborative approach here. Wicketkeeper Annika having a lot to say as well about the field placing. She, of course, is a USA player, plenty of experience. Down the leg, swing and a miss, but that's still going to be a wide. This is unfortunate. I will say, Sumit, having watched all 4 days, I know you couldn't make it yesterday. You were on kid duty, or not that she's a kid anymore, but heading down to Chicago to pick up your daughter. But you're seeing some decent batting, okay fielding, but the bowling department, I would say. Oh, and there's the swing. There's exactly what happens. Foot nowhere near the ball, head up in the air, and Divya has a wild swing and is able to connect the edge of the bat and over the keeper's head for 4. Now it's 72 for 1 wicket after 10 overs. So I've been impressed by some of the spin bowling, and particularly some nice leggies that you'll see a little bit later. But the pace bowling has really struggled.
Yeah, and we are seeing that today also, Peter. As I said, that every over there are a few good balls that are good line and length, but then there are a couple of wides and a couple of loose deliveries. So this was the last ball of the over was well outside off stump, and Divya, obviously, she didn't have any feet movement, head up in the air, and took a wild swing at it. But the good thing about that swing was she swung it really hard. So an outside edge just runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. First ball of the next over, leg stump, and has been swept for 4 runs.
See Coach CD on the side, just asking Divya just to settle down after that wild swing at the last ball of the last over. Just settle down. He wants to see her getting her iron. She's got plenty of time. It's only the 12th over. They've got a good score so far. And take her time to see the ball, get a sense of how the pitch is playing, and then be sure to go after it. There will be plenty of loose deliveries for her to capitalize on. All right, it was a loose ball. First ball up. Let's see how second ball goes in. Much better. Ball wobbles around in the air a little bit there. Nice to see some movement, and beautifully bowled in the block hole.
St. Louis is very close to England when it comes to conditions, because the ball tends to swing around quite a bit, except for some reason the temperature here is, and that's another short ball, pulled to the square leg region, misfield at the boundary, and the batters get a second run on the misfield. So I was just joking that the condition in St. Louis are very similar to England. The ball swings both places, except that it's 20 degrees warmer here in St. Louis.
Yeah, and instead of cheese and cucumber sandwiches and my preference, which is some beautiful food from different regions of India. That is very well bowled. So she bowled 4 deliveries this over, 2 loose and 2 just stunning deliveries on the money, not allowing Tia to get after it at all. Tia already on 30 runs, and I'm sure we'll hear the stats in a little bit at the end of the over from our stats guys, and hear from Krish how he thinks the game is going so far. Or drifting down leg, and that's another wide. I think the remarkable thing about the run trace the other night, Sumit, was Van der Dusen came in, he just couldn't hit a thing. Thank goodness his bat broke and he had to get another one. But he really struggled, and then all of a sudden it just exploded. Oh, that's cut off the top of off stump and runs down. No, not an extra run there. That's beautifully fielded just as well, because that would have been out. Lovely fielding there by number 7 last year. Sorry, that was his arm. Good arm. Yeah. But as you don't get Miller out, harm you. But it's a game now that can change in an over. And both those South Africans certainly showed that. Now short boundary. Lots of fun and fireworks for the crowd that G'd their players on, and then eventually, like crowds in India do when things aren't going well, you can't believe how quiet 80,000 people can get. It's in the slot, could go all the way. Just having a look. It's a 6 runs. Yeah. Again from Divya, a lot of right hand, a lot of bottom hand there. Picked it up just on a length. She does read the length very, very well. Picked up on a length. She's confident enough in her eye to have a full swing and take that over the boundary for the first 6. And that takes her score up to 13. Krish, can you take us through some of the stats of today's game?
So Divya Saxena, she's 13 off 9 with a 1-4 and a 6, and her strike rate is 144. And Tia Gonzalez is 31 off 39 with 4 4s, and her strike rate is 79. And it looks like Tia, she's going to wait for that bad ball and like hit it, and then when it's a good ball, she's going to look for that single to get Divya on strike. And then Anika Krishnan, well, 2 overs, 19 runs, and has a 9.5 economy. And then Isani is 3 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket, and her economy is 7. And the score is 86 for 1 in 12 overs.
Beautifully done. Thank you for the update. Here we are on the 13th over. Isani coming in for, I think, her 3rd over now. Her 4th over, bowling to Tia. Vice captain Gonzalez on strike. Or reaches, and it's taken. Yeah, again, that delivery wide, outside, off. That's a sharp catch by Captain Lasia. She is outstanding in the field, well positioned, very sharp catch in the gully region to her left, and she snaps it out of midair. And Vice Captain Tia Gonzalez is had to head back to the pavilion. Well played, 31 runs. An economy rate of the high 70s, but outstanding batting indeed. Good to see her laying a foundation for her teammates. But cements again that wide ball, and second plate have a little waft at that one.
Yes, Peter, and again this was another similar shot that Pooja played. She didn't quite get the thick outside edge that Tia got. She got thinner outside edge, a faint outside edge, but it was not played with like real hard hands, a real strong swing, and that resulted in the ball going slowly, much slower to the point region. It was a sharp catch, but if she had taken a really hard swing at it, then it would have just cleared that fielder, which I think is the approach that Divya follows. But similar dismissals for both batters. Pooja getting caught behind, and Tia getting caught at point by the captain. Players seem to be taking a short break for water. Captain Gargi is the new batter in. Gargi has not been in such a great form this tournament. She's played 3 matches and she's scored a total of 29 runs with a strike rate of right around 64. Very festive atmosphere here at the ACAC ground. Nice music playing, nice breeze blowing across the ground, and when there is a nice cloud cover, it makes the temperatures a lot more bearable. as compared to when the sun just beats down on the ground. So Ewan, show us the ground, show us the facilities here. Really nice pavilion in the background, and the other game being played on the ACAC ground too, with practice wickets, 4 practice wickets, really nice practice wickets, and nets in the middle. So really fantastic setting here at the ACAC cricket park. And even though the viewers may not be able to see it, but there is a nice creek in the background right behind the first set of trees. So really beautiful settings here at the ACAC park. And the DJ is playing some really nice music while the batters slowly walk back to the wicket. So Peter, what do you think? Where do you think this game is headed from? Is it like, do you think it's fairly well balanced right now? It's too early to call, or St. Louis Americans are in for yet another strong performance with the foundation set by Pooja and Tia?
I think they're such evenly balanced teams, and the Bluejays team have got some very good batters. So a decent total is going to have to be put up for sure. St. Louis Americans are going to have to post a score of 200, I would say, and they're well on their way to doing that. A lot depends on how Divya goes, for sure. And it looks like we've got, is that Chetna?
Is that Gargi?
Or is that Gargi? I can't see from here lefty. It's Gargi. So Gargi has not performed at all with the bat. This tournament, she ran herself out, only facing 1 ball yesterday. Quite a bizarre run out. But style, keep smiling, keep supporting her teammates. But this partnership is going to be key, and then Chetna, who's a beautiful batter as well, is going to be key. So there's 3 or 4 really good batters still to come, and I'd like to see a good partnership, certainly by these 2, which will hopefully allow Divya to really get after the bowling as well. But yeah, it's a wonderful delivery going across, very little foot movement from the captain. So yeah, you know, the game that was finished in the dark 2 nights ago was turning out to be an absolutely cracking game. So until Mr. Duckworth and Dr. Duckworth got involved and changed it up a little bit, but made it quite close to chase. That's well played. Oh, again, another, just a few running between wickets issues here that Gargi's going to have to clean up. It wasn't her call at the end of the day. It was Divya's call, but at the end, probably the right decision. So yeah, tough to tell. Right now, St. Louis Americans doing well. They do need a good partnership here, though, and they do need to set a platform for players like Chetna and Divya to really get after it.
Next ball of the over on the middle stump, firmly played to short mid wicket, excellent fielding. Yeah, I think the game is fairly evenly poised at this point. Blue Jays have taken a couple of wickets, and St. Louis Americans have been scoring at a fairly brisk pace of about 7 runs and over. But a wicket or two here can turn it really interesting from where it is. And this was yet another good delivery on the good length. And Gargi didn't know whether to come forward or go back. She faced cracker of her delivery, very first ball, just outside off stump, swinging out. That's not the first ball that you want to face as a batter. You want a juicy full toss outside leg stump that you can put away. Next ball of the over. That was outside leg stump, called a wide.
I don't want to harp on this too much, Sumit, but this is where the extras matter. Because if you're chasing, if St. Louis Americans put up a total, say, of 180, that's 6 runs and over, that's gettable. But if they come well bowled, good comeback. But if they come in and bowl 30 extras, not only are you chasing really 150, but you've got all those extra deliveries to get the runs from. And this is probably what's hurting the Blue Jays at the moment. Now we'll have Chris, who will give us the stats on the extras in a second, but it is an area that both teams are going to have to control.
This inning, there's been 19 extras, and so one leg by and 18 wides, and so most of them were going to the off. What? Yeah, 3 extras every over.
What Chris meant was that with the 18 wides, that's essentially 3 extra overs that have been bowled to St. Louis Americans. And in this form of the game, you don't want to be giving people 3 extra overs. So let's see if they can capitalize on those wide deliveries and really post a score of 210 plus. Followed around neatly. Much softer hands there. Head over the ball, coming back for the second. So delicate play and a wonderful effort from Anika, who runs all the way down to the fine leg boundary, throws the ball in over the stumps, and it's a misfield, and they come back for the third. Anika slightly frustrated. She sets very high standards for herself and her team, and it was an unnecessary extra run. Divya back on strike with a score at 90 for 2 in the 14th over. Garg is on strike. Thankfully, I have multiple assistants here keeping me in check. Looks like the heat's already getting to me, Coach Sumit.
Yes, the batters and bowlers and fielders, they are well conditioned to survive these conditions. The commentators, not so much. I think we'll need some lassi or something during the break. This is a comment to the organizers. Mango lassi would be perfect in this kind of. Next ball of the over to Gargi. Outside off, some well played to point, and the batters cross through for a quick single. Excellent cricket there. This left and right hand combination can be really difficult for the fielding side, especially if you're struggling with your line and have already bowled 3 extra overs. It's going to be interesting how the fielding side, the Blue Jays, are able to keep their wides in check. Divya is eyeing that mid-wicket region. Everybody knows she's going to hit there, so I don't know why she was looking there. But next ball of the over, outside off, and that's a really good shot. Inside out, over the cover regions, 4 runs. I think Divya deceived the bowler here by looking at mid-wicket, showing her intent to play there. The bowler bowls well outside off, and it's smashed over covers for 4 runs. It's always difficult to bowl to aggressive batters because you know they're going to come after you. And that puts pressure on the bowlers. But at the same time, it also presents an opportunity to take wicket because you know they're coming after you. Next ball of the over to Divya. That was well outside off, and this was played to short mid-wicket. Good fielding. Again, the bottom hand coming into play. Yeah. Big open boundary on the offside, but I think Divya has played the one shot that she was going to play over cover region. So for the over for sure. She's like, let me get back to my mid-wicket area. Next ball of the over. That's on the middle stump, swinging in. It was a good ball, but well played. She dug it out. Tried to sweep it through the slog, sweep it through the mid-wicket square leg area. Ended up trickling down to fine leg for a single. Brings Gargi on strike. Last ball of the over. On strike. That's well played. Flicked off the hips for a single to mid-wicket area. That's the end of the over. At the end of 14 overs, the score is 97 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Isani staying in the attack to the left-handed Gargi Bogle, captain and represented the USA recently. It's a lovely cover drive, beautifully done all the way along the ground and fully deserves a 4. It does make it over indeed. Head down, beautiful top hand, foot to the ball, doesn't overhit it, just strokes it. That is good cricket. Something special about a left-hander hitting a cover drive. And of course that brings the 100 up in the 15th over, so it's good going indeed. Almost at the halfway mark, so at this stage comfortably poised to reach that 200 total that they'll set for the West Bluejays. Now put someone deep out onto the long off boundary. Well played. Watch the ball to the bat, full face of the bat, and Captain Lasia comes in and picks it up from her mid-off position. So we've just got 2 people on the boundary still. We've got a fine leg and then a wideish long off. It's well played, kind of forced out there with the bottom hand. They come through for the run quickly indeed. Gargi replaying the shot. She knows she played the right shot, just found the fielder that time, but lovely shot to the onside. Opened up that right foot of hers a little bit, gave herself a bit of space, dug it out neatly. Field moving around. They've now got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket and a looks like a third man on the boundary. She's going to have to come up, or at least move over. Yep, she's moved over, gets a little bit wider. See, Divya on strike. Wide outside off, no run. Crazy to run the misfield. She's out again. She's out again, and looks like she's pulled a hamstring as well. Oh, it's just so unfortunate. So unfortunate for her. The hamstring has gone, and she's out. There was never a run there. And this is something that these players are going to learn. It's a sorry sight to see Gargi limping off, pulling a hamstring like that. She's such a tough character, and she's going to limp off with only 7 runs to her name. Very, very disappointing indeed. Another mix-up, another run out for her. We hope that she recovers, but this could be very, very dangerous for St. Louis Americans, because she does bowl for her team, and this will leave them short of a bowler indeed, and of course short of her very upbeat, positive captaincy on the field too. She's always cheering her players on and encouraging them. So very sad time to see the wonderful Gargi limping off like that. Hopefully she can get some ice on it, but that's not looking good at all. 102 for 3. Again, this is why these tournaments are so important for the women of USA cricket. They will take so many learnings, and from that situation, clearly the learning that we all pick up as youngsters is never run on a misfield. And we've seen a couple of those for the St. Louis Americans where they've run on that misfield. It's been a stop-start, yes, no, and a sorry, as one of the players has to end off walking back to the pavilion. So again, lots of learnings, and when I speak to the players after the games or before the games, they all talk about how much they've learned from this. They're also talking about the camaraderie, where it's just so wonderful to have all the women playing together in a tournament. And congratulations to ACAC here in St. Louis, Missouri, for putting on such a professional show. And these young women are definitely enjoying it and are extremely grateful for the facilities and the opportunity to play some decent quality cricket with other women. So here we go. It looks like, I'll check with my scores. Is that Chetna ready? Who will be eager to really set a good foundation for another high score. She has been batting quite beautifully. Number 4 on the list for the tournament so far. With 2 not outs, she scored 153 runs, 16 fours and a 6. She scored 101 runs with a strike rate of 109 and an average of 153. So actually has the highest average and very, very decent score, the 153. I'm sure she'll be looking to add to that. And given the way that she's been batting in these 15 overs, certainly has the opportunity to post another big total. They will need her now with the captain out. So we'll watch, not much footwork, but watches very carefully onto the bat, and short extra cover is able to pick it up. The captain, Lasia. Well, there's a crowd forming around Gargi, and we wish her well, that is for sure. Never nice to see a player limping off like that. Hopefully she'll bounce back soon. Chetna comfortably watching the ball go past. Nice outswinger to the left-hander, and that's the end of the over. An exciting over with a run out, 102 for 3. Yeah, runouts are never good to see, and it happens at all levels. With the most professional, well-paid athletes playing at RPL, BBL, Test cricket, the runouts come, and sometimes just from a great fielding, but often it's from a mistake from the batter. Right, Divya on strike. She's going to need a big total here now. Hits it cross bat. Fielder should have picked it up. Doesn't make a huge effort. Goes through to Pretty in the field, and she gets it back. There are lots of cross bat shots from Divya. Looked like a good ball to actually cut. The offside is wide open, it seems. Is okay? Okay. Congratulations to Joe Root. He's obviously enjoying his time not being captain and scoring yet another 100. Not out at the moment. Very well watched. Chetna just strokes it neatly off her front foot to cover point. Yeah, the big question I saw it was asked on ESPN Cricket Info the other day. Will Joe Root reach some of Sachin's totals? Oh, it's a big question, isn't it? Whoever would have thought that would be possible, but they're asking the question about Joe Root. Right, Tom over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, just aiming to play that through the covers, and I think the ball was a little slower than she expected. She had to kind of drag it into the mid-on region. So it's an attacking field right now. Mid-off and mid-on, close in, putting pressure on the batter. That's a wide delivery. Picked up one-handed on the bounce by Anika. This is great. Sumit again disappeared, but he's come back. Looks like loaded up. What have you got there, Sumit? He's got a tea, some water, some sugar as well. You are a gentleman, an absolute gentleman. So, any news on the captain as she hobbled off pulling the hamstring? I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that, and I think it's just the heat and some cramps coming into play as well. We hope it's not serious. She's taking some rest. She's icing it right now, and hopefully she'll be able to come back if needed. Meanwhile, we have Chetna. Chetna and Divya playing. Chetna is the fourth highest scorer in the tournament with an average of 153. Wow. Yeah.
We were just talking about the unfortunate situation of Gargi running herself out again and running on a misfield.
Yeah.
So it's a good lesson again, the players here. One of the reasons they're here is for the camaraderie. Another reason, of course, they keep talking about is that we're here to learn, I'm sure this will be great learning for all the players. To when do we run? What's the calling like? Who makes the call? What does backing up look like? All just these subtle pieces that you really only learn when you're playing the game, Sumit. I mean, yes, you can learn a lot being in the nets, but there's something about game time.
That's absolutely right, Peter. You can hone your skill set in the nets, but the real application only comes in the game. Some of my best shots are always played in the nets, never in the real game. In the game, it's usually after the ball has already reached the keeper when I practice. That's when some of those shots are played. So, Peter, do you think the heat is going to play a role as time goes by, as the players get a little tired? Today is the fourth day of the tournament, so the bodies do get tired after playing for 3 consecutive days. Let's play through the mid-wicket area for a quick single. Divya is not being her aggressive self today. I think it's the disruption on the other side also plays into the batter when you don't get enough strike and changes happening and play stops for a little bit. It does play with the minds of the batter and plays with the rhythm.
Yeah, to your first point, as you know, Sumit, that's one of my passions, is the mental aspect of sport, and this is really when it's going to matter. Yes, the conditioning is going to matter, the hydration is going to matter, the sleep's going to matter. That's beautifully played. She really is a very class act, is Chetna Reddy. Neatly into the bowler. Well fielded. Good cricket all round. And so you can look after the biology, and everyone can look after the biology. But who can dig deep mentally now? You're absolutely right. This is the 4th day of cricket. There's very few of these women would have played 4 days of cricket. And you add the heat to that. It is a little bit of a pressure cooker as well, playing in the final. It's just a waft, absolutely no footwork at all. Got to be careful there. We've seen 2 wickets going down because of that wafting outside off. Get that foot over. So the mental aspect is going to be key. Who can dig deep? I have a saying that who are you when you're tired? And these ladies are going to be tired. And they have to really be looking at, well, where can I gain that extra little bit of energy from? And there it is. It's a tired shot. It's a nothing shot. A big swing. And another wicket goes down. I think the tables have turned. And I think that the Bluejays are now on top.
That's very well said, Peter. It was a tired shot, a nothing shot. And I think her rhythm, as we saw for the last few balls, she was out of her rhythm with all the breaks and everything in the game, and that can play with a batter. A batter is a good flow, a break in the game, and then all of a sudden you come back and you don't have the rhythm anymore. But that's where you got to fight it out, struggle it out, and at the same time you're also right about the mental aspect of the game. Are you going to let the pains and aches of your body dictate how you play, or use them to your advantage? Here we have our nice cameraman, Yuvan Kiran, an excellent cameraman who always focuses on where the action is. Since there's no action happening on the field right now, he's focusing on the commentators. So let me tell you something about Yuvan while we are on this break. He is the most exciting cricketer I've seen in this age group. He used to bowl swing bowling, actual swing bowling. His ball used to land on the seam, excellent seam position, but like many young cricketers, has decided to become a spinner. He's also an excellent batter, has ton of confidence, always gives confidence to coach. It's like, coach, how many runs do we need? 8 runs an over? Not a problem. How many runs do they need to score in the last over? 2? I can defend that. He's that kind of a cricketer. Very, very positive attitude, lifts the morale of the entire team.
Yeah, and those players are critical on a team. I was listening to Paddy Upton, who of course is very much involved in the BBL and with Indian cricket at one stage, and he said that he would always choose to select someone who added positivity and energy to a team. If there was a slight difference in skill set, he says the guy who's the positive, the confident, the team guy, he's going to add far more value across the other 10 players. So he looks like he's that kind of a guy, does young Ruvan. All right, here we go. Looks like Chinnamai, who's bowled very well this tournament. She's in on strike, and she has a big task on her hands. As I said earlier, a partnership is required. They have to bat through the full 30. Oh, it's another outside edge. And goes down to third man, who relays the ball in for just a single. Isani doing a lovely job at finding the edge. I wonder if they'll put a slip in for the right-handed Chinmai. She is near at the crease and the pressure is on. The classic Chetna ready. Ready at the crease. High bat, knees bent. Oh, off the back foot. Sumit, isn't she a classy looking player?
She absolutely is. She has a ton of time on hand while playing her shots and is never seemed to be rushed. And this ball just short of good length, and she was already on her back foot waiting, and was able to just place it to the covers region for a single. End of the over. At the end of 17 overs, the score is 110 for 4. And our star statistician, Krish Patel, is going to share some statistics about the average projected score and what's it looking like for the batting side.
So right now the score is 110 for 4 in 17 overs, and Chinmay's at 1 and Chetna Reddy's at 2, and the projected score is 194, and their current run rate is 6.5.
And Krish, feel that artificial intelligence has got the projected run rate right? Do you feel comfortable that that's the score that they're probably going to get, or do you have some other ideas?
They just lost like one of their best batsmen, Divya, so I don't think it'll be 190. I'll say like maybe 160 or 170.
Yasha, really interesting action, nice and whippy. Fortunately 2 wide deliveries, but she's got some pace, and that's good to see. So a little bit of extra control. She's only young, new at the game, and she's got a bright future ahead of her. A nice run up, very athletic, whippy action. Oh, that's beautifully taken. Unfortunately another wide. It's going to hurt indeed for Anika as she takes it down the leg. Not as cleanly perhaps as she would have liked. It's always difficult for a keeper to be standing up and the bowler spraying it a little bit wide. So nice breeze picking up, a welcome breeze, both for the commentary box and indeed for the players as well, because it is starting to tick into the 90s already this morning. But plays a beautiful full face of they come back for 2. Don't see too many rash shots or crossbat shots from Chetna. Every ball is played as it should be. She looks confident and composed, leaning on her bat. She knows she's got to be there at the end for there to be a really good total for her team. Lovely shot, foot down the ground, fielded neatly out at mid-off. Ball tossed back in to the bowler, who'll come back. So neatly back, two good deliveries after a poor start of 3 wides. Oh, it's beautifully taken, a swing and a miss, and Anika, lovely soft hands, whips the bails off in no time when Chetna's back foot was planted. Sumit, as the tournament's gone on, I've really been impressed by the keeping of both Pooja, Ganesh and Anika, who of course represents, both are representing the USA. Well, and as I'm saying it, look at that take down the leg.
Yes, Peter, and I have had the pleasure of playing with Pooja, who has also kept in some of the adult leagues, and I dare say that she's one of the best keepers. Period. It's her athleticism, her positivity, her anticipation of the ball, both outside off and outside leg, and her movement with the ball. They're just outstanding. And here, Anika is also showing how good of a keeper she is. She's excellent. That's very well collected, both outside off and leg stump. Meanwhile, with Divya getting out, the game has slowed down a little bit, and the challenge for Bluejays is going to be keeping their extras in check, because as our star statistician Krish Patel just shared his opinion, that we're looking at a score of 160 to 70 for St. Louis Americans. That score could easily go to 190 if extras are not controlled by Bluejays. Next ball of the over. End of the over. At the end of 18 overs, score is 117 for 4. So there's an interesting statistic that my fellow commentator Peter just shared about Anika. This is really her first girls only tournament, which is very interesting that she is that shows, because that she seems very, very confident behind the stumps, and her ideal is Alyssa Healy from Australia. Preeti Iyengar is the next bowler. She seems like she's a tall bowler, good off spinner. Seems like an off spinner. But the first ball was outside leg, and Chetana was never going to miss out on that. Hits it through the backward square leg region and comes back for a double.
Sumita, I watched Preeti bowling the other day, and she's a confusing one for the commentators, because you say, well, here she comes as an off-spin bowler, and the next thing she bowls a leggy. So just watch carefully, because she mixes it around.
That's interesting, Peter. Yep, that's right. It's the second one was a leg spinner. There's a misfield at the backward. The fielder was placed exactly for that shot. Misfield there, and Chetana comes back for a double. Preeti has decided to switch sides from over to round the wicket. She was having trouble finding a line from over the wicket, so she's going to try and bowl round the wicket to Chetana. Nice loopy ball outside off stump, another misfield, and thankfully the batters decided not to take a single, because that would have been a tight one. Yeah. Preeti coming into bowl, fourth ball from around the wicket again. Again, nice loopy, well outside off, and it's been called a wide. Preeti is having trouble finding her line here. When she was bowling from over the wicket, the ball was landing well outside leg stump, and now she's bowling around the wicket. The ball is landing well outside off stump for Chetana. And it's tough for a bowler. It's tough for a bowler when you have one left-handed batsman and one right-handed batsman. Good thing about Preeti, she's only bowled to a left-handed batsman. That's a faster one, outside off, cutaway for a single to the sweeper. There was slight misfield, but no extra run conceded.
Yes, I mean, sometimes we see the spinners in limited over competitions darting the ball a lot and not really floating it up. You know, in the test matches, floated up, darted, floated up. But in one day's limited overs, the darting bowler seems to be the one that contains it the best.
Yes, Peter, I think, but if you look at the bowlers who, there's a few bowlers like, Akshar Patel, for example, Ravi Jadeja, who dart the ball, that's played, that's an excellent catch taken, that was floated well outside off stump, and it was in the air, and an excellent catch taken at the extra cover, in the extra cover region. So Chinmay's brief stay at the wicket comes to an end. And this is the risk that St. Louis Americans run now, because they're not building partnerships. They've already down 5 wickets. Their top scoring batter is out. It's going to come down to Chetana at this point to stay till the very end, get them to the 160 to 170 score, which is going to be very, very competitive. But they run the risk of falling well short of that if they lose a couple more wickets.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier about the importance of taking the sharp chances, and that was a fairly sharp chance that she had to move a little to her right, drop down ever so slightly, struck very hard, and Yash took it very, very nicely indeed. And Sumit, as you're saying, it's the end of another partnership. There's so much cricket left, and I feel that if this partnership now doesn't get through the next 8 overs, that target of 200 is going to be tricky. I mean, there's still 12 overs to go. They should comfortably be reaching the 200 mark, but before they know it, they're going to be in the tail. And what we've noticed with a lot of these teams is you have, your USA women's player, you've got some USA U19 players, and then you have good athletes. And so how many kind of beginner players you've got, and where they end up in the tail. And so we'll have to see here if I'm just looking here. Harika's a good cricketer, and you'll enjoy her batting for sure. Very classic batter. But St. Louis Americans have to be careful, just not to lose another wicket, because I'm not too sure how many decent batters are left in the shed.
Yash is back into bowling the next over after picking up an excellent catch. And it's funny how catches have a way of lifting everybody around you, but also gives you a lot of confidence. So I'll not be surprised if Yash ends up, bowling an excellent over after taking that catch, just because, she's feeling positive, and that's an excellent delivery. Just short of good length. And Chetana decided to just stay put or slightly go back, try to cut it through the offside, and the ball was not there to cut. It wasn't short enough, and it wasn't far away from her off stump. Yash coming in to bowl the third ball. And this was just outside leg, played to backward square leg. Excellent throw. And Chetna comes back for 2 runs. So Yash bowled 3 tight balls and 1 loose ball thus far, but no wides just yet. One or two tight overs here could be really interesting for St. Louis Americans because they are losing wickets. And that was again a good ball, just short of good length. And all Chetna could do was just play it to mid-off. Last ball of the over. So far only a double in the over. And with the loss of some key wickets, the scoring rate has come down quite a bit. And that's again played in the air. That was well bowled, misfielded by 2 fielders. And that enabled Chetna to retain the strike. One more ball left. That was just outside leg, called a wide. Peter, do you think the wide rules are pretty harsh for cricketers, at this level, especially in the youth group and women's cricket where we're trying to grow the game? Do you think the wide rule outside leg is a bit harsh, given that you have no room to play with on leg side at all?
Lovely piece of keeping again. That moment will come when the batter's leg is just popped off the crease and Anika will be there ready to take full advantage. I've always felt that rule is harsh, especially for youth and emerging cricket. I think it can really upset a bowler's confidence, and we know how hard it is to pulse 6 deliveries on off. And I also think that it just elongates the game. You and I have both umpired and coached the little guys at times, and we know that a game that should be, say, 120 deliveries can easily be 200 deliveries. And so I grew up without having that very tight leg side wide call, and I'd like to see cricketers being given a little bit more leniency for sure.
Yes, and in some other parts of the world, they are a lot more lenient with the leg side rule, especially with the youth cricketers, because as you rightly said, it upsets the rhythm of the bowler. The way the game is going, odds are stacked up against the bowlers anyway. So on top of it, if you don't give the youth cricketers freedom to bowl the way they want to bowl, for fast bowlers to bowl fast, and for spinners to try and spin the ball, it just restricts the mindset. They have to focus first on accuracy without practicing, the art that they're trying to learn. So that's going to be tough. First ball of the next over. It was nice loopy delivery outside off, a rare miss from the keeper, and the batter's crossover for a double. So 2 byes. Looks like it was an outside edge, so that's a missed chance. So a rare miss by Anika. She's usually really, really good. She's been excellent behind the wickets. A momentary lapse of concentration, perhaps. Second ball of the over from Preeti. That's a short pitch delivery, pulled away to the square leg region, and it's 4 runs. Excellent shot from Chetna. That had some power packed into that shot.
She missed out on those opportunities the last 2 games as well, Sumit. She really struggled to hit the ball on the leg side. I think she was trying to hit it a little too late, kind of follow the ball around. And here I can see she's looking to hit the ball a little bit earlier, which gives her more an opportunity to make connection. So yeah, a wonderful shot. Ball going down leg, but just good to see her growing in confidence and to be fixing some of those lost opportunities that she had in the earlier games. Lovely to see. She is a fine young cricketer, that is for sure. Looped up. That's a lovely ball. That's good cricket all round. Well played, and then pretty as usual, showing her agility in the field. Dives, stops the ball, and is ever ready to flick it back onto the stumps. But Harika was in safely, and no need for any further excitement. That's well cut, firmly cut. Oh, that's a nasty bounce. Fielder does very well to get her hands to it. Just as well she did, because, oh, that could be close. Oh, misfield by Pretty. A fumble that could have seen the end of Harika. Wow. Beautiful arm. I don't think they'll be chancing her arm again. Stunning throw. Seen 2 balls of just high quality cricket. Scored 136 the 21st over. Chetnam 21. Okay, she does get hold of that one, and she'll come down for the single. Lovely arm through to the keeper. So yeah, another shot to the square leg. Pretty keeping it fairly tidy this over. Seems to have found her line and length quite nicely. Difficult art, Sumit. Leg spin.
Yes. But it's fun to watch leg spinners who actually spin the ball quite a bit. It's obviously the cricket legend great Shane Warne. He was just outstanding to watch his leg spin, where he could spin the ball a yard. It was amazing how far he could spin the ball. Nicely cut through the point region for a single by Harika.
Yeah, when you talk about leg spin and actually watching spinners spin the ball, I remember listening to Shane Warne last year when he said, can we stop calling these guys spinners and just call them slow bowlers? Because he said, I can't remember who he was commentating with, but the bowlers were bowling from either end and not one of them had turned the ball yet. He said, these are not spinners. No ball has spun. These are slow bowlers. Just call them slow bowlers. Says a guy, as you said, who could turn the ball a yard. And what a loss to world cricket. As a South African, I did not enjoy watching him play against South Africa, especially his bowling against Daryl Cullinan. But what a great cricketing mind, and just fell in love with his commentary over the last few years. Incredibly astute. And I do remember, Smith, watching him in the Big Bash League. He just played, I think, a season or so. He was in semi-retirement and they had him mic'd up. And he walked the viewers through exactly not only what he was going to do, but precisely where the batter was going to hit the ball, to the point he said, I'm going to get him caught out at the mid-wicket region on the 6th delivery, which he did.
Yes, it's quite amazing to see such outstanding athletes and cricketers having such outstanding awareness of the game, and not just their moves, but also the counter moves that they expect. To be that precise to say on 6th ball of the over he's going to get caught at mid-wicket and actually making it happen is just unbelievable. That also reminds me of Glenn McGrath. So he was mic'd up and ready to bowl to David Warner, and he made the comment before the ball that I'm going to land it on the 4th stump, just short of good length. And Davey is a little suspect outside off stump, particularly early on in the innings, and hopefully induce an outside edge to the keeper. And that's exactly what happened that ball. Meanwhile here, nice ball just outside off stump. Well played by Harika.
Another wonderful and possibly underrated cricket thinker is Kevin Peterson. And when he came out and played in the Big Bash, they would often mic him up as well. And remarkable to hear him being able to commentate while he was actually batting. That's a good shot, pulled away to square leg, and they scamper through for a single. Oh, and another one worn by Anika, who would be a keeper on this. She's going to be covered in bruises. But She doesn't rub it. Just puts the glove back on, gets back to business. So I think we underestimate the deep thought of these cricketers, and that's something that I know as coaches we try to encourage. It's all one thing, you have all the technique in the world, but are you a thinking player?
Yes, and oftentimes we see these players just not thinking through their, through their field or through what the strength of the batsman is, and just coming in, even the most talented cricketers just coming in and bowling nothing balls, or batters just getting out nothing shots. And you're absolutely right. It's the cricketers, what differentiate at that level is not just the skill level, but it's also how well entrenched you are in the game in that moment. Because if you are well entrenched, you have game awareness, then your chances of being successful are higher than you just have a higher skill set. Now, meanwhile, a ball outside off stump, lofted through the cover regions, ball rolling toward the boundary line, excellent fielding, deep cover region, the batter come back for 2 runs. Do you have Peter? Who's your favorite cricketer in the women's cricket these days? Or do you have a favorite? There's quite a few that I can name that I really, really like. I really like Alyssa, Meg Lanning. Harmanpreet Kaur used to be a favorite of mine, but slowly I think I've not seen her play strong innings recently. Smriti Mandhana, some of the young Indian cricketers, Richa Ghosh, very exciting cricketer. Obviously, Mithali is a legend. Do you have who are top 3 or 4 cricketers that you really like, Peter?
Yeah, definitely some of the Australians. I thought Alyssa Healy is a wonderful cricketer. Mignon Dupree, the South African player. Just watching, that's a beautiful shot off the back foot and cut away for 4. These 2 players will pick the run rate up. They, when someone like Divya's into bat, the run rate's going up. Yeah. Because she's a big hitter and she's aggressive. There's a lot of bottom hand. But these 2 players, well, a single here, a double there, a lovely cover drive for 4. And before you know it, you're going, whoa, why are we going at 8 and over? Right. So they are worth keeping an eye on for the Bluejays, because also feeling confident. It's 5 down. It's only 8 overs to go. So they might be just taking the foot off the pedal ever so slightly. But this is a time to really squeeze the players. Harika's only on 5. So a good opportunity to get her, because if this partnership starts to develop, they could really explode and get past that 200 mark.
That's well said, Peter. I think this is a very interesting time for the Bluejays, because when you take a couple of quick wickets, when you have Gargi back in the pavilion, when you have Divya back into the pavilion, you're feeling good. You're feeling that like you have the other team on the back foot. But meanwhile, these 2 players, as you rightly said, have been they have not slowed down. In fact, they have accelerated over the last 3 or 4 overs. Just moving the ball around, taking their singles and putting the bad ball away. It's before you know it, they're scoring at like 8 or 9 runs an over. This was outside off, looped up, called a wide. And those are the players I enjoy watching the most, because they keep scoring, and then you look at their score, and all of a sudden they're scoring at 130, 140 strike rate, without taking any chances, and there's some players where you think that they're hitting a lot of shots, and they look at their strike rate, it's only 120. It's like a lot of shots hit for that strike rate. So, but I'm really enjoying watching these 2 batters bat and score at a brisk rate. We're already at close to 150, which they were risk of reaching that score not so long ago. So excellent batting.
Talking about favourite women cricketers, my daughter Shaya, who grew up playing cricket in Australia, loved her soccer as well, and so her favourite cricketer, of course, was Elise Perry. Gives it a turn, and that's well played. That's well landed, actually. Looks like Ananya, who's coming and bowling her loopy leg spin. She's an interesting bowler, Smith, because it looks like it's going to be a full toss every single time, and it goes above the eye line and then just drops suddenly. So when she lands it consistently on off stump, she is one to watch, but she's one of those bowlers you think, oh, I'm going to have some of this, and suddenly the ball's like dropping in the, just down at your feet. So let's see what she does. Look at that big loop, and that one's too wide. I do love her follow through. She almost gets down on her haunches, willing the ball to stay on the line that she's chosen.
No, you're right, Peter. When you see a slow bowler where you feel like the ball is going to come to you as a full toss, and that's not given that much air, outside leg stump, and Chetna hits it to backward square leg for a single. And these bowlers are difficult to get away than they look, because, as you rightly said, the ball goes above your eye line and dips back in, and it creates that extra bit of processing for the brain. And instead of getting a full toss, the ball lands on your feet or right in front of you. And she's excellent length, I think challenging. So the ball was good length, but it was well outside the leg stump, called a wide. And that's going to be another challenge for Bluejays as they slowly drift toward that 200, because the wides have been creeping up. The extras have been creeping up over the last few overs as well. Hurricane strike. Ananya to bowl the next ball. That's a nice loopy delivery on middle stump to mid-on and a misfield. Had there not been a misfield, that one would have been close. Two balls to go. After this over, we'll have our star statistician Krish Patel provide some statistics on the innings as well. That was another excellent ball, pitched stump, and she's getting some good bounces over. Started Krish Patel a little bit off, and he said they're looking at a score of close to 160 to 170 because they're already at 154. So hopefully he will do a better job this time than he did last time. But cricket is a funny thing, it is difficult to predict because the bowlers didn't come and tell Krish how many wides they're going to bowl. Last ball of the over. And that again is pitched outside leg. And that wasn't that far from leg stump, but again, because of the rule that anything outside leg has to be called a wide, it was called a wide. I really like this. Preeti is having a chat with Ananya, just giving her confidence to bowl. That's the thing you got to love about sports. Just lifting the spirit of your fellow sports person. And then is ready to bowl. That's a good delivery, and the ball goes to Preeti at short cover. Good fielding there. End of the over. And now KP, same thing as Kevin Peterson, Krish Patel, all the great cricketers. He's going to provide some statistics on the game.
So the total score is 156. Harika's at 7 and Chetna is at 29. It's 23 overs up with 5 wickets. 30 in 23 overs. And the partnership is 33 203. If they keep it up like this and the West Blue Jays keep bowling these many extras, I feel like it's not going to be 203. I feel like it could go to 210, maybe 220, and they could go 7 and over. And if these two batsmen get set, maybe they can get more. And so Ananya is kind of like she's under pressure. So if she bowls one more, I feel like there might be more extras, and the score might be higher.
Well, I thought that was an inning summary from the young middle schooler, 6th grader, and we were talking about a thinking cricketer. So that's some good, thoughtful work going on there, KP. Yes, this score could go. I'm reluctant to say this is going to be. Welcome to Missouri in the 200 because I feel that a difference. Couple of wickets and wicket only. So challenging time, but saying earlier, Sumit, two players have got a partnership of 33 runs already. Did we even realise that? And this is why when you have two smart batsmen taking the singles, looking for the doubles, finding the gaps, hitting the loose ones for once, suddenly they're developing a partnership. Here we go, the 24th over.
Nicely cut away through the point region for a single. You're absolutely right, Peter. I think it is quite amazing the way they're playing. I didn't already have a partner for runs now, and that's part. All taking their singles, taking their doubles, and putting away the bad ball, and have also helped out a little bit through the wides that have been bowled. All of the over to her. Oh, nice flicked between fine leg and square leg. While the square leg gives a chase, the batters come back for 2.
Sumit, you were asking the question earlier about the heat, the humidity. Is that going to take its toll? Well, into the last 5 or 6 overs, this is really when the fielding team is going to have to dig deep. They've been out here for a couple of hours now, and the heat is certainly a factor. Can they keep their concentration? Batsmen are pretty fresh, and so they'll be eager to get after it. So missed opportunity outside off. This is where the captains, the vice captains, the senior players have got to be aware of any energy dip, be speaking to their players, be encouraging their players. And I know when I work with players, we always look at who are you at your best, and can you remind yourself in these tough situations to get your mental lift, if you like, that you can dig deep enough, remind yourself of who you are at your best, have some of those trigger words that can kind of re-energize those emotions of when you were at your best, and suddenly that energy is there as well. So there's these tricks of the trade that can actually, but you not only tricks and strategies, but you also need encouraging each other and lifting those spirits in the last few overs. So isn't it interesting, Sumit, that how you end your over as a fielding team can often make a difference to how you start your innings as the batting team?
Yes, we often talk about momentum and carrying that momentum into your innings, whether it's bowling or batting, and it does play with the mental aspect of. It does impact the mental aspect of the game, where you end strong as a bowling side, and then all of a sudden you go into the batting with a lot of confidence. We see it even with fielding. Yash, when she took that outstanding catch, she delivered an over with just 2 runs after that. That was an excellent over with 4 or 5 balls that landed right on spot. So that's an important aspect, and also the aspect that you just talked about, Peter, around bringing can you find your best when you're physically challenged, when you're challenged with the conditions around you, when you're challenged with the match conditions, when you're challenged with the match situation? Can you dig deep and find when you are at your best, and really find that player and bring it forward, and also lift your team, because catches like Yash, the one that Yash took, it really lifts the team. and a strong bit of fielding really lifts the team. But I think coming back to the game that's being played right now, I think the captain of the Blue record too by bringing their strike bowlers back when they had two at the crease, because now these are well settled, and that was an excellent take by Ananya just behind. It's quite amazing how she moves around, and except that's a no ball. That's going to be a free hit. I didn't see the umpire signal a free hit though. Did he?
He did. Did he?
Did.
I didn't see him.
Yeah.
Like
It must have been a free hit. Yeah.
Very, very
That's well played through the square leg to the mid-wicket region. 4 runs. Excellent shot by Chetna. She has capitalized on every scoring opportunity. It's a very, very smart cricketer.
Yeah, I think she's one of the smartest. I really have enjoyed watching her bat. 36 runs now, and our stats people will tell us how many deliveries she's faced and what her strike rate is. You got that, guys?
So Chetna has faced 36 balls. She's at 34, and the strike rate is 94.
Yeah, there you go, almost a strike rate of 100, without us actually even noticing. But when the time comes, she really capitalizes on those loose balls with a classic cricket shot. So it looks like we've got a new bowler coming in. We'll find out who that is in a second. And this is Tanushree? Tanushree coming in to bowl. Coming in at a critical time because both these batsmen will be looking at the score, and there's no doubt that 200 will be in their minds. 200 is certainly within the range. And the Blue Jays are going to be looking to break this partnership, getting into the tail of St. Louis Americans. Field being spread out. We have a long on, deep square leg, and a third man. The rest of the players in the ring, and we've kept. Last year has kept the short and the short mid wicket. Comfortable keeping there. Oh, that's gone in the air, and that could be out. Oh, that's dropped. Very, very easy catch and a terrible miss hit by Harika. Was not a good delivery at all. Lazy shot. It's a time where she just needs to keep composed. This partnership needs to remain until the very end of the game for a good total to be made. But catches win matches at all levels, and that potentially could be a game changer.
Yes, Peter, that was a well outside off. Short pitching. Harika's eyes lit up seeing that bad ball, but sometimes these bad balls can be difficult to put away. That's well outside leg stump, hit through backward square leg, but a fielder has been placed just for that shot, so only a single. Last 35 balls of the innings, and I think St. Louis Americans, if they maintain this partnership, are well on their way to hit to get to the 200 mark. Second ball of the over, outside off, played to cover point for a single. Brings Chetna to strike. Third ball of the over. Outside leg stump again. Chetna hits it to backward square leg for a single.
This is decent bowling. Haven't found the boundary yet. Tanushree, born in Hyderabad, and now goes to Doty Valley High School. She also played mainly with the boys, Played a tournament here in St. Louis in 2017. Oh, it's a good ball. Lovely ball. Oh, could be close. She's got a run stretch. Oh, that was lucky. That really was very, very slow running by Harika. It didn't look like she was terribly interested in making it to the other end. Bat wasn't stretched out. In fact, no, that was Chetna, who looked very, very sluggish indeed. This is the time going to count, and yes, she has been batting for a while, but she's got to find the energy in those legs and aim for it. Feet up later tonight. Tanushree bowling really nicely, beautiful ball. And she's eager to play for the national team, play on the international circuit. And looking at the way she's landed some of these leggies, certainly got those opportunities coming her way. Looped up. Oh, she dragged it back onto her stumps. I think Chetna's the over break's going to come at a good time, and yes, good call. I can imagine Gargi's spotted the tiredness in her batter Chetna and sends the water on quickly, with Pooja and Divya just making sure that they have a sip of water and have a conversation as well. What's the game plan? Stay in there, girls. Stay in there until the end. We need you. There's not much batting to come. You're doing well. Divya giving lots of advice there. Her experience as a Canadian and Kenyan international player. Played for Kenya at the age of 13. Just the one game. She's a field hockey player. And they said, we need someone who's sharp, who's got good eye-hand coordination, and is fast in the field. And there she was, ready to play. All right. Pooja and Divya off the field. They've had a conversation. I think that's really good gamesmanship there, just slowing everything down, giving Chetna a moment just to compose herself after a rather sluggish innings there. Rather sluggish few balls, I should say. Annika Krishnan back into the bowling attack. How's Annika done prior to this over?
She's given 31 runs in 4 overs with a 7.75 economy.
She has been very expensive and has bowled a good number of wides, I think. Yeah, economy of 8.
How many wides has she bowled?
Pretty just going over to her, composing her, saying, come on, let's just get that line. Get that line. Don't even worry too much about the length. That's better. Off the back foot. Beautifully fielded. Of course, again, was that the captain last year? Yeah. Shaking her hand. That's going to sting a little bit. But she's in there to save the single, and she absolutely did that. Well played there. Extra short cover, it looks like. Yep, she's short cover region. Picks it up beautifully. Wide again. Edgy. But it's going to go through to the fielder in the covers, and they'll come back for a single. There could be misfield. Yes, there is. Very poor throw. Giving the bowler and the backing up fielders pretty no opportunity whatsoever. And at long last, I think I found the fly that's been biting my legs and dealt with it quite comfortably. There'll be many more where that fly came from, I'm sure. Right, let's even see the ball fly over the boundary. We definitely need that right now. Length ball. Hit through, nicely fielded by the captain last year. And short extra cover. Again, good delivery. Played on the up and well fielded. Just good all-round cricket there. Annika Krishna finding her line and length quite beautifully this over. In she comes, next delivery. Again, just drifting down leg, hits the pad on the way through. No runs added to the total. It is a tight over indeed. Just what the captain would have ordered for this time of the innings. Hopefully her fellow bowlers can back her up with another tight spell. Pin St. Louis Americans back to an under 200 score. Short, not good enough. Over to cow corner. And that could go all the way, but it's very well cut off indeed. Picks it up and will come back for 2. Good fielding, good shot. The score now at 176 for 5 after 26 overs.
Tanushree to continue bowling from the parking lot end.
Smith, you and I spoke about this last time. Do you think we named the ends? We named the parking lot end and what do we call that? The creek end. Yeah, creek. I like creek end. That's a loopy ball, good delivery. Oh, it's unlucky bounce. Could go all the way. That's well chased. Pulled back. Neatly fielded. Indeed, well done. Isani, great chase. Pretty got a hand to it, slowed it all down. Could have been a 4. Awesome fielding by Pretty, rubbing that hand. She is a very brave fielder indeed. So parking lot end, I mean, we've done, I think creek, I like creek, but parking lot end, it's not pretty, but it seems to have stuck.
Yeah, I think so, and they've improved the parking lot quite a bit, so it looks more and more beautiful. Not as good looking as the creek, but it still provides a good view. We could name it the... Oh, that's an excellent shot. Short pitch outside leg, and that's been powered through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. Yeah, so we could call it like the plateau or mountain or hill. Parking lot is better. We'll just stick with the parking lot end until somebody comes up with a better idea. Meanwhile, our stars cameraman, Yuvan Kiran, is showing exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, that's well fielded.
That's well fielded at the in the cover point region. St. Louis American batters are looking to accelerate here. Last 20 balls or so left.
Nearly time for some stats, KP.
That was outside leg. Oh! Another drop catch. That was a tough chance, but it could have been taken. I think the Blue Jays are going to lament the drop catches and the extras that they have conceded. Is there some dew on the field? The ball is getting wet. It's probably not the dew, just humidity. And the rain a couple nights ago. Ground must be saturated from all of that.
Smith, I've been impressed by the drainage at the ground. I remember when we first, that's well cut, back foot, through the covers, lovely back foot cover drive, could go all the way. Oh, great fielding. And I would like to see a replay there because I think the foot was definitely over, but it's the umpire's decision. No, umpire's decision, and umpire says that was a 2. Our fellow U11 and U13 commentators here getting very excited, wanting to see the replay there. And they feel the fielder was over the line when she pulled the ball back. Nice delivery. Almost reminds me a little bit of Mike Proctor. Maybe some of you viewers will remember him, but he had that interesting delivery off the wrong foot. Yeah, Sumit, amazing work that's been done here at the ground. If you think a few years ago when this area was purchased, even when it looked like rain, but the puddles would appear for days all over the field, and we had some quite serious rain before the tournament started and even on one of the days, and yet it drained beautifully and we were able to continue. So fine work being done by all the volunteers.
Absolutely. Yes, Peter, a lot of hard work has gone into improving the drainage of the field. A lot of work by the volunteers and off-season, preparing the grounds for the peak season, which is happening right now. But what's also really commendable is the work that all the volunteers, the youth volunteers, the adult volunteers, they put into making sure that these women that have come from different parts of the country are able to play and really enjoy the game, even despite the rain that we had a couple of nights ago. So it's the strong volunteering team from American Cricket Academy and Club. And meanwhile, that is an excellent lofted shot over the bowler's head. And Chetna is just hit a half century in no time. So some time for some stats from Krish Patel.
KP, over to you. Are you ready for the stats? What a wonderful knock. I told you she was a good player.
Yes, you did.
I love watching her. I think she's one of my favorite batters to watch. Yep, love it all. Here we go. KP, our stats man.
So, Chetna is 50 off 45 with 5 4s and 0 6s, and her strike rate is 111 and .11, and there it goes, 54 off 46. Her new score. Hurry 17 off 23. She's just gonna go for like the Chetna on strike, and so the score is 195 for 5, and the projected score now has just gone up to 114. The score is 195. The projected score is 214, and the current run rate is 7.1. The current partnership is 71 off 60.
Excellent bit of stats, and love how you wove it all together, Chris. So it looks like your projected score that you told us a little bit earlier of the 210, 220 is well within reach, but we'll say that our commentary earlier around the importance of a partnership has proven to be true. She waits for that ball. Unlucky bounce. Fielder was down to collect it. Not much she could do there in the covers. Tanushree, and that's really good running to come back for 2. Chetna looking very tired now. I really hope she can see it through to the next few deliveries. What is there? Partnership of 75. This has been the key partnership indeed, and both of them came in at a very tricky time. Oh, that's well weighted. Just drops her knees down a little bit. Make sure that she angles the ball just slightly away from the fielder, giving them time to come back for a single. Good thinking cricket indeed. But yeah, they came in at a tricky time. There were 5 down for just over 100 runs on the board, and they've stuck it out, built a partnership. It looks like we'll take their team to a healthy total of over 200. And Chetna now has scored more than 200 runs and may very well take the lead here as the leading run scorer at the tournament. Chipped over, should be safe. 1 bounce, 2 bounce to the fielder, and she comes at long on. Safe shot, just chipped over the head of the bowler. There's always plenty of space there. So this will be Chetna's first 50. Of course, she has scored 100, and now scored over 200 runs for the tournament. Comes in, swings hard, drags it across to deep mid wicket for the single. And with that brings the 200 up, and some music and some water for the well-deserving batters.
And Chetna is really turning it on here. For the first 36, 37 balls, she was scoring at a rate of close to 93, 94. And now she's closer to 110. So she's easily scoring at a rate of, at the strike rate of 170 plus over the last 10 balls or so. Last 12 balls left. Varshika is back into bowling. Varshita is back into bowling. She's going to build the penultimate over. First ball. That's really well hit off the middle stump. Chetna is really turning it on here. 4 runs. No chance for any of the leg side fielders to come even close. That went like lightning off the bat.
Smith, I'm surprised they don't have a deep square leg at this stage of the game. They've got, it looks like they're putting one back now, but this is one of the, I was talking to one of my American friends the other night as I forced them to watch that wonderful game between India and South Africa from the other night, and he knew a little bit about the game. That's well done. Wow, she missed all of those opportunities 2 days ago, and she's just hitting it in front of her. Oh, over, and it looks like that could be a 4. Umpire's just double checking, and the DJ has signalled a 4, and the umpire seemed happy with that. It's all happening here at ACA ground number 1 in St. Louis. So the American mate of mine was just amazed at how much pressure was on a cricket captain.
Yeah, that was an interesting 4 with DJ calling the shots on at the boundary. I think the player was not interested in making any eye contact with the umpire, just not answering the umpire. So DJ thought, at least let me answer that question. Meanwhile, Chetna is really turning it on here. Last few balls, 2 balls, both have gone for 4s, and that's been called a wide. Very well taken by the keeper.
It's interesting that, in so many American sports, the coaches and the coaching staff have so much to say, so much impact on a game as it plays. Whereas a cricket captain on the other side, man, they're soaking up the pressure of the situation, and they've got to make all these decisions. It's a pretty, it's well bowled, well played, waits for the half volley, hits it hard through, too long off for a single. And I do love watching the character of especially young captains start to form, and I know you love mentoring players on the cricket field.
Yes, Peter, it's quite amazing. It's the amount of pressure gets put on a cricketing captain is very different from most other sports, and you really need a special person to do well. We've seen how many captains just crumble under pressure and not being able to perform, whereas some really thrive under those situations. Owen Morgan is one who does really well as a captain, and most of the time as a player as well. And then obviously there's MS Dhoni, who just was, from a technique standpoint, is a pretty average cricketer, but the grit that he brings to the game and the desire to not get out and desire to do well, and excellent wicket keeper and an outstanding captain. Cool.
That's well played. Safe enough. Well stopped by the fielder. One-handed. And gets the ball in for just a single. One of the... Sumit, it's interesting to hear some of the South African players who played with MS Dhoni who said they're just amazed that he never practiced keeping. Oh, it's a good shout. Drifting down leg, so safe enough. What are we happening there? I can't see what happened there. Oh, the batsman was on the wrong side. Oh, how interesting. I missed that one. So it's a dead ball. Let's play that one again. Okay, got it. Batsman was on the same side as the bowler. So let's try that one again, shall we? Full toss. That's well hit. That could be out. That could be out. Oh, nice try. And it goes through for a boundary. And this is something that the ladies, when they go back to their clubs, are going to have to really work on some of this catching. Again, there just didn't look like she was rather fearful of the ball. Just stuck her hands out. And what you do learn as a cricketer is that if you go for the catch, it's actually easier on the hands than out. It's a bit counterintuitive, but when you actually fully commit yourself to a catch, healthy on the hands and the fingers. But a good strike nonetheless. Goes for one bounce. 207. Gentlemen, lots of excitement here. 6 more balls to go.
So what does the youth team say? What's the youth team say in terms of how many runs are going to get scored in the last over? What's the consensus? 20 runs in the last over?
We've got a 10. We've got a 10. We've got a 14.
But Harika is on strike, not Chetna. So 14? What's the consensus? 13, 14, 12. So we're hearing between 12 and 14. So let's see what happens in this last over. Harika on strike. First ball of the over. Nicely pitched onto the middle stump. Flicked to square leg. But I think Chetna is interested in keeping the strike here, which is the right move, because she's the one who's really striking the ball well. She's on 71. Second ball of the over. The bowler is making sure all the fielders are in the exact right spot. Yeah. I am still surprised to see that the square leg is not right at the boundary rope. Yeah. Second ball of the over. Middle and leg, well bowled. That's a good ball. .39 extras thus far. Third ball of the over. Hit toward backward square leg. the batters are likely to come back for double, but now she's running hard and it's going to be a run out, and that's been out. That did not take the first run hard. Nevertheless, end of an outstanding knock from Chetna Reddy. Really well batted.
So, Chetna was had a really good inning. She was 72 off 55. She hit 9 4s and 0 6s, and she was run out. And her strike rate was 131, and that's the best strike rate in this innings. And yeah.
9 4s. And okay, here we go. Third delivery, hit over the top. Sainabi ready. Nice start there. Gets off strike. And Harika back on strike, who's got it ironed nicely and will be looking to really dominate these last two deliveries. Last delivery, I do apologize. Thank you. My fellow commentators, statisticians, and scorers, and just general all-round good blokes. Here we go, last ball. 220 is the score at the moment. She has a swing across the line. They should come back for two quite comfortably. Oh, no, Harika turned her back. And again, we'll learn a lesson there. Keep the eye on the ball. Tap and turn. 222. No, one more ball.
That's what I counted. There's last ball left. Last ball of the innings. And St. Louis Americans have scored an above par score of 222. And let's see what this last ball brings. Hurricane strike. And that's hit straight down the ground. Lofted over the bowler, but long on is right there, coming back for a double. Good running between the wickets, and that's not out. That's excellent running. 224 for 6 is the total for St. Louis Americans after 30 overs. We'll be back after the break, or after Coach Peter offers his final comment.
Second over, 3 runs for the first. Second over wide, outside off. That's always going to be runs, which aids in her ability to take quick singles. Again, Bahanika. Short again, there we go. Thick outside. Be good to break this partnership. Fuller delivery, hit well through the covers. Puja very, very confident.
Next ball. Again, nice swing to short third man. And Pooja is really, really quick between. Next ball of the over, outside on the middle stump. Slightly short. Pooja pulls it to square leg boundary. That's 4 runs.
The batter's run rate as well being
projected score
overlooked. Oh, it's over the top. Could be out. Oh, bowl her second over. It's well cut again by Pooja.
Shots. And I think that's what saved her last time, even when she played the ball in the air. Another cut shot from Tia. She's really starting to find her cut shots here, and ended up, losing her wicket because she was trying to score and trying to go after the bowler. That seems like an outside edge, and she's out. Just
Our coaches should no longer overemphasize. It's a thick outside edge, full flow of the arms, and that's going to go to the boundary. But the bowling department, I would say, oh, and there's the swing. There's exactly what happens. Foot nowhere near the ball. Head
to the
up.
boundary for 4 runs. First ball of the next over, leg stump, and has been swept for 4 runs.
Get. It's in the slot. Could go all the way. Vice captain Gonzalez on strike. Or reaches, and it's taken. Yeah,
I don't know why she was looking there, but next ball of the over, outside off, and that's a really good shot inside out.
And represented the USA recently. That's a lovely cover drive, beautifully done, all the way along the ground and fully deserved. Divya on strike. Wide outside off, no run. Crazy to run the misfield. She's out again. She's out again, and looks like she's pulled a hamstring as well. Tied. And they have to really be looking at, well, where can I gain that extra little bit of energy from? And there it is. It's a tie.
For example, Ravi Jadeja, who dart the ball, that's played. Oh, that's an excellent catch taken. That was floated well outside. That's going to be tough. First ball of the next over. It was nice. Second ball of the over from Preeti. That's a short pitch delivery. Pulled away to the square leg region, and it's 4 runs. Excellent shot from Chetna.
Mignon Dupree, the South African player. Just watching, that's a beautiful shot off the back foot. And
did he?
He did.
He did. Yeah. It must have been a free hit. Yeah. That's well played through the square leg to the mid-wicket region.
Short mid-wicket. Comfortable keeping there. Oh, that's gone in the air, and that could be out. Oh, that's dropped. Very easy ball. Lovely ball. Oh, could be close. She's got to run stretch.
It's a good view. We could name it the... Oh, that's an excellent shot. Short pitch outside leg, and that's been... That was outside leg. Oh! Another drop catch. That was a
impressed by the drainage at the ground. I remember when we first... That's well cut. Back foot. Through the covers. Lovely back foot cover drive. Could go all the way.
It's the strong volunteering team from American Cricket Academy and Club. And meanwhile, that is an lofted shot over the bowler's head. And Chetna is just hit a half century.
And her strike rate is 111 and point.
She's going to build the penultimate over. First ball. That's really well hit off the middle stump. Chetna is really turning it on here.
You knew a little bit about the game. That's well done. Wow, she missed all of those opportunities 2 days ago, and she's just hitting it in full toss. That's well hit. That could be out. That could be out. Oh, nice.
Leg. The batters are likely to come back for double, but now she's running hard, and it's going to be a run out. And that's been out. Hurricane strike. And that's hit straight down the ground, lofted over the bowler, but long on is right there, coming back for a double. Good running between the wickets, and that's not out. That's excellent running. 224 for 6 is the total for St. Louis Americans after 30 overs. We'll be back after the break, or after Coach Peter offers his final comment.
Right, we are back live after a delicious lunch and a longer break than had previously been planned, largely because of the heat. And we have our scorers who's back.
1 second.
Scoring is almost ready. Chinmai to open the boat. Who will be defending 224, so a good score indeed. Okay, Scotty. Umpire's ready, and Chinmai will be bowling around the right arm around the wicket to Captain Lassie, who in the field today, and will be wanting to get after it quite quickly as there's a big target coming up for them to chase. Chinmai over. Oh, it's left, and the ball jags back, and her off stump goes flying. Bails are off, lights are flashing. Picked the wrong line, did Lassie, to leave, and first ball of the game. Clean bowled, off stump, gone. Fantastic start for the St. Louis Americans. Lassie thinking that the ball will drift away from her. It didn't. It followed the arm, jagged back in, and took the off stump. Oh, that's brutally disappointing. Lassie is a fine, fine young player, and I was looking forward to seeing her hit those cover drives so well. That's how she normally does. Well, tails are up. Gargi Bogle on the field in spite of a tight right hamstring. She'll be geeing her players up. This is the start that they were looking for. Of my good friend and co-commentator Sumit Chuchafo rocking up. First ball has been bowled. Did you see any of that? You're too busy eating food on offer as usual at ACA Park.
Well, Peter, thank you very much. Yes, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about the food that I just ate. It was really, really delicious. But I watched her leave the ball from the square leg side. It wasn't clear what really happened. How did it hit the stumps? The ball swung in?
Followed the arm.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an excellent start for St. Louis Americans. Not so excellent for Blue Jays.
Yeah, great start indeed. Right, we have ring bar a backward square for the left-hander, and we have a deep cover point. Thank you, sir. Okay, two right-handers in at the crease now. Wicketkeeper Anika Collins, she's into bat. She kept quite beautifully. And typically wicketkeepers have got a very good eye, and she is going to need that eye and all the experience that she has. And she's well back onto her crease. Full face of the bat. Ball goes through to Captain Gargi at short extra cover. Gargi under the wide brim, dark glasses. Not walking terribly easily, but she is cheering on her team. There's a plan. I know these girls have thought out how they're going to bowl short out there. A deep point. He comes across and keeps it to the single. It'll be interesting if Gargi can't bowl. How she's going to be doing, how she's going to be managing her bowlers today. Preeti on strike. Leans forward. Catches the edge of the turf as she punches it onto the offside. Carrying a few bumps and bruises is Preeti. She certainly gives it her all on the field and took a few hits over the last few days. An outstanding fielder and certainly keeps her team G'd up as she keeps it tight, making sure that no extra runs are going through.
Last ball of the over. On to the keeper. No run. Is going to bowl the second over from the creek end. Rolling her arm, making sure. She's bowled 6 overs for 33 runs and she's been a wicket taker. She's taken 3 wickets. So Chetna Reddy is going to spin. Try and spin a web around Preeti. She's a left arm spinner. She is making sure that she's fully warmed up before the first ball while the batter is waiting. Batter's like, where's the bowler? Okay, so Chetna will start the proceedings from the creek end. She's doing some fine tuning with the field, placing her deep square leg just right and moving her short square leg to the other side of the umpire. So now she has a deep backward square leg and a fielder between mid wicket and square leg. Of the over. Preeti is checking out the field as well. And that's down the leg side, called a wide.
So Preeti was looking very good in the last game against the St. Louis Americans and got a pretty rough decision, I thought. Leg before wicket. One of the umpires was a little too quick with the finger. And Preeti wasn't too keen to go anywhere. It felt like Sunday afternoon cricket here, where there looked like some conversation between batsman and umpire, a little bit of pleading going on. And I actually thought she had a fairly decent case. But you know what? When that finger goes out, you gotta walk.
That's right, and it's tough for the batter because you don't want to leave, especially if you're playing well and you want to stay at the pitch. But that's why you have the umpire. You know, he's the decision maker on the field, and you got to respect that. This is turning a really slow over. Wides, couple of singles, and that's been smashed back, and it's dropped by Chetna. Preeti hit it straight back to the bowler, and Chetna wasn't expecting that catch. it'll be interesting to see how expensive this turns out to be for St. Louis Americans. Bluejays dropped a few catches themselves, so as we've said before, this is one area that the teams need to improve upon, is fielding and catching. That's well short leg, called a wide.
Start is critical, and St. Louis Americans had a good start. First ball of the game, wicket, and they should be capitalising on this. And now to have an over, a drop, suddenly the energy drops, and that's lofted over, and lovely shot. Couple of bounces over the boundary for 4. No issues getting it over the inner ring. How expensive is that drop? Chatner going to be? She batted so well, didn't she? But looked tired, but there's been a good break, and there should be no excuses whatsoever. I'm sure she won't be making excuses for that drop catch, but especially spinners have got to be prepared to field very well off their own bowling. Catches will come their way. I feel there's a little bit of a missed opportunity here with the energy all in favour of St. Louis Americans. A big total wicket in the first ball, and now this over is a bit of a let-off. Energy dropping ever so slightly. Bit of thunder around the ground. Hopefully the rain stays away and doesn't interrupt this match again. That's better. Oh, a swing. Head drifted into the air, eye off the ball. Got a bottom edge, and it scurries past the square leg umpire for a single. Huge let-off potentially there for Pretty. She is. Oh, a few raindrops, so hopefully it won't matter too much. But she is the #1 scorer for the West Bluejays, scoring 73. She had a couple of sixes and 6 fours, and high score of 37. With a good, decent strike rate of 115. So she can bat. There's no doubt about it. Right, let's see how her partner goes. Annika, very experienced cricketer, watches that. Looks like another wide. And the atmosphere, not impressed. Almost at the same time as the wide, the thunder growls at the bowler, urging her to find her line again. A few drops of rain, but hopefully it's not going to stop the game. Tickles that past square leg. Might have got a bit of bat or pad on that. We'll soon see what the umpire says. Yeah, looks like a little bit of bat, so that's a single to Anika's score.
Peter, what are your thoughts in terms of starting with a spinner here? Because with the overcast conditions and the ball swinging around a little bit, I would have thought that Captain Gargi would have given the second over to another pace bowler and tried to get another wicket. And spinners do get a lot of wickets in the power plays, but you have to be on the money for a spinner to get wickets there.
Yeah, 12 total after the second over. Yeah, I would say, Sumit, that there isn't another pace bowler in the team. I think it's as simple as that. Yeah, I think Chinmay is your go-to pace, if you like. She's more kind of a medium. Yeah. They do have Nandini, who bowled well in her first game, and then in fact it was in her second game Pretty got after her, and she's just too slow. And so she bowls quite nicely in the slot as well. So a tall, lanky player like Pretty, with the power that she has, really got after it. So meet the signs that no cricketer likes to see. The cover's being prepared. So it is pretty dark behind us. Hopefully the rain will stay away for Chinmay's second over. It's well played. Pushes Annika back onto the stumps, and she rolls her wrist, gets the ball out to a mid-wicket, who's fairly close in, is Suresh Kumar. But there's a deep square leg. The coach CD just on the edge of the square leg boundary, encouraging his players. Here comes some big raindrops, well fielded by the bowler. And let's see what happens. I think this might just be a little flurry, and then I think we might be okay. Well, stumps are being pulled up, covers are being brought on. Hopefully this is not going to be too much of a delay, and we'll get back to the game that we love so much. Noticing Coach CD not sprinting out there, Sumit, to help with the covers, and to be fair, neither are you I.
I think Coach CD is still digesting the veggie biryani after that delicious meal, so there's no need to run when there's like 20 different volunteers already got it covered. It's pleasing to see the volunteers were ready for the where it rains. So, and we have our cameraman Yuvan Kiran focusing the camera on the commentators where the real action is. And sitting by our side is KP. So KP, what are your thoughts in terms of the bowling attack of St. Louis Americans? How would you rate that bowling attack of St. Louis Americans?
I would say like maybe like 8 out of 10, because like, so you have that like you have good spinners, you have
who are the good spinners from St. Louis?
So there's Sinavi, and she was bowling really good, and then you have Tia Gonzalez, and Harika, and so then there's the Pacers that are good, like Chinmay, Divya, like and Shruti and Nandini, and like those like Nandini is like economical. She doesn't take too many wickets, and then like once she puts the pressure on them, then when like Chinmay comes in, they'll try to hit Chinmay, and they'll maybe take a catch, and then it just works out brilliantly.
Wow. KP showing his in-depth knowledge of the local cricket team. But he is right, they've got some classy spinners. And then you've also got Divya, who comes in, doesn't really turn the ball, but she's a medium pacer of just a few steps. So I think if our cameraman turns it back out to the middle, we see that it is raining a lot harder than we'd like. And we will get back to you as soon as the rain ends and the cricket is back on.
We're looking to start the proceedings after the break.
Right, here we go. Chinmay, ready, guys? No?
Chinmay is back on her mark to start the proceedings after the break, after the rain break. Played off the back foot by Anika. A break can be challenging for both the batters and the bowler, more so for the batters because one loose shot and they can be out.
Smith, you fielded here under similar conditions. It's muggy, it's hot, and it's just rained. So the outfield is going to be playing in a quite challenging way. What would you say the situation is for the fielding team?
So I think, Peter, the fielding is going to get more and more challenging. So that's why you need shoes with good grips here now, because it is going to get a little slippery with the grass and water sticking on the grass. So I hope the fielding side has good grip left on their shoes. The conditions will improve over time, as the sun comes out and the water dries out. Conditions will get better, but it is going to get challenging. It is going to stay challenging for a good at least an hour because things are not going to dry out. It's going to stay. It's very humid, so it's not going to dry out as quickly as it normally would under dry conditions. So I hope the fielding side fields carefully and they nobody gets injured. But it is quite common in St. Louis for it to rain for a little bit and then you get the sun and things dry out. So Chinmay is having a hard time finding her line. So that's called a wide. And the ball is just being tossed around, particularly not being passed to anyone. They need a towel. The good thing is sun has come out nicely now, so it doesn't look like there's any more clouds on the horizon, so there's no more rain in the horizon. Chinmay on to the next ball. Played off the front foot by Preeti. End of the over. Chetna is back in the attack with her left arm Chinaman. Yeah. Or as Shane Warne would say, left arm slow. At the end of 3 overs, Bluejays are 14 for the loss of 1 wicket.
There's a lot of batting to come in this team and some really, really good batters. So wickets are quite critical here. Still plenty of time to play. Game's very much in the balance at the moment. Looped up, that's well bowled. It's a decent shout. Maybe a little bit of bat. But Anika was deceived by the flight there. Lovely delivery. Left arm slow around the wicket. Just dropping onto the inside edge of her bat. It's a nice start indeed for left arm slow bowler Chetna comes around again, a little shorter. That's well bowled. Pins Annika back on the stumps. No room to free her arms and get those much needed runs. Coach CD on the boundary, acknowledging the quality of that delivery. Puja Ganesh down, ready for that stumping opportunity. Goes wide, she picks it up. No wide called, so another dot ball. Oh, just keeps going with the arm down the leg, collected nicely by Puja Ganesh. Unfortunately, it's another addition to the buys. Left arm round, that's better. Puts it backward of a length. No room to free arms there. Is possibly an opportunity for a cross-bat shot through mid-wicket. Okay, is going to Peter. Nicely, well played. Annika leans forward, pushes it back to the bowler. Divya dries the ball, which will be a little bit slippery right now. Good, really good over from the St. Louis Americans. Can they just hold on? No boundaries. There we go. It'll be a quick single. No. No. Nandini in quickly to gather the ball. It's a very good over indeed. 15. Loss of 1 wicket after 4 overs. So meet some more good news out of India this afternoon. I've got now I've got about 8 fellow commentators and statisticians and scorers here, and all of them looked at me in absolute horror that I would bring that up. So, well, I guess I'm just going to have the conversation myself. Another fine win. Well done, Henrik Klaasen, for taking the Proteas to yet another victory in India. What's happening there, gentlemen? What's going on?
I don't think that's a loss.
Ah, okay. I'm getting a lot of excuses here. No Sharma, no Kohli. Okay.
That might actually be a good thing.
No Fuff, no AB. It's okay. We'll keep going. Yeah, it shows how little we need them. You know, we're all good. But anyway, Chinmay coming in, short of a length outside off, cut away neatly. There is cover out there, and they will come back for a 2, but slow in the pickup. So good running between wickets, and that's a 2 there. Yeah, disappointing to hear just the barrage of excuses coming from my fellow commentators. No one just acknowledging the skill set of the South African players. Ah, dear. It's going to be a long afternoon here in the sun with all my friends. Chinmay will want to pull that back a bit. Keep the batter locked up. It's a little bit short, but short of a length will do well, but too short. Too much time. Sits up and it's cut neatly away. Second ball of the over. Better. There's an edge. Fielded there, no run. Drew her into the shot. There's no slip in place. And finds the outside edge. But dot ball.
Peter, I don't think you realized, but your microphone was off. I had turned it off before giving it back to you because I knew you were going to talk about South Africa. He actually turned it off before giving it to me. So I think, I don't know what the I mean, it's like some of the good players like Pant, they're not playing well. I don't think Pant is ready to be a captain yet. I think they made him captain prematurely, and that's having an impact on his batting. But, you know, full points to South Africa. 2 out of 2. Meanwhile, a good length delivery. Punch to square leg for a single. Brings Anik on strike. Chinmay to continue to bowl from the parking lot end. Even so, show the spectators the nice parking lot that we have now. Next ball. Outside off. Cut away to between third man and backward point. Only a single. The game is right now just drifting along. What's the required run rate, KP? .2 is the required rate, so the batters need to start scoring some runs. I think the one thing that St. Louis Americans were doing quite well was rotating the strike around. And that can be very, very important when the ball is not traveling to the boundary. What do you think their approach should be, Peter, to chasing this down? Do you think they need to start attacking a little bit right now, or just, keep the scoreboard moving and then wait for later, get their eyes in and then attack?
I think they're going about it really well. These are two good batters. They're building a partnership. That's going to be key. Nice foundation with which to spring off from a little later. As long as they don't let it get too out of control, they don't want it to get past 10 and over. But as long as they're going around 7 or 8, I think they'll be happy. And the way they're running between wickets, nice shot into the gap, well done, and rotating the strike again. So I think these two are both experienced batters and are clearly looking to the quick single and hitting the ball into the gap. And Preeti just struggling a little bit with her finger. I'm not quite sure why her finger only hurts while she's on the striker's end, and on the non-striker's end where there's plenty of time to glove and look after. So it is slow, and the game is already. The umpires encourage the game to move. It's one of the challenges of playing cricket out here, is that the game can get extremely slow. So time to pick it up, get through these overs.
Peter, we also call it the biryani effect. After you have a lot of biryani, no matter how hard you try, you can't pick up the pace of the game. As some of my fellow commentators corrected me, it's pulao. It's not really biryani without any meat. So veggie biryani is not real biryani. It's just pulao. Meanwhile, nice drive through the covers. The ball is not traveling to the boundary anymore. And Preeti comes back for a double. Chetna bowled a really nice tight over, her second over, and it'll be interesting to see how she does. That's well bowled into the block hole and well defended by Preeti. What do you think of the field setting here, Peter? Do you think the field is aggressive enough? Should they put more pressure on the batters right now? There's only one fielder at the square boundary. That's cut through the point region, and the batters will come back for 2. The ball is not traveling to the boundary anymore.
Great diving effort from Tia. She certainly puts her body on the line in the fielding and leads by example as a vice captain. There's a big. They got 25 overs to go. There's 200 they've got to get in those 25 overs. So what's that? 8 and over. Yeah, I would like to see a more attacking field.
Yeah.
I would definitely like to see a more attacking field. I think what that also does, Sumit, is it forces the batsman to have to hit through the inner ring, which can sometimes cause a careless delivery. So I would like to see the mid-off long off and long on coming into the circle. I'm okay with a deep backward square. But for the rest, let's come in and really squeeze, even coming in 5-10 steps off the inner ring, making sure these batters feel the pressure and really try and push that ball through the inner ring. I think it'll create a rash shot and also create some run-out chances. I mean, all sorts of things start happening. Doesn't mean you have to lock into that strategy the whole game, but I would like to see the next 2 or 3 overs of that happening. Go on, there we go. Hit over, that's a good shot. Fielder Divya not interested in going for the catch, but is happy to pick up the ball on the bounce. And Pooja Ganesh does the cleaning up behind her own stumps. 26 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, I agree with your comments around field setting, Peter, because I think even the fielders who are in the inner circle are too deep. Meanwhile, water is being offered to the fielders. They have been out for all of 3 overs after the break, but I guess they need a water break. The conditions are hot and muggy, so I don't blame them. It's better to stay hydrated than not. The St. Louis Americans must be planning to take all the wickets soon. Otherwise, at this pace, the game will definitely go into the night.
Yeah, I'm slowly shifting my 6 o'clock dinner times to 7:30. There doesn't seem to be too much of a rush here. Hopefully the umpires can regain control of the game. Sure that the over and that drink settled really just have had, and the umpires have to control the game and cannot to come on at any time. Because here we wait, helmets are off, and another delay.
Peter, looks like everybody is struggling from their pull-out effect, including the umpires. They don't seem to be in any rush. I mean, look at the main umpire. He's just legs crossed. No sense of urgency for the batters. I think we'll have another water break as to bat. Chinmay batter is not. First ball of the next over, 7th over, half tracker outside off, wide called.
I have a few pet hates in life. Smoking and slow over rates.
Yes.
And 3 putting. Those would be some of my pet peeves. Yeah, and one of them is just starting to drive me absolutely nuts here. But for me, a lot of that is down to the umpires. Just, you know, they are in control here and can encourage the fielders to get a move on, the batters to get a move on. Pretty strokes it out very neatly. Comes back for a double. Shouldn't really be a double. Fielder, come on, get that in. But that's, at the end of the day, very, very well run by the Blue Jays. Well, it looks like we've got a fielding change. We've got a fielding coming from deep backward point, and she's now swapping with the person who was playing mid-on. Okay, another delay in play. 24 for 1. We're still in our 7th over. Guys, can the statistician start to have a look and see what is the longest over ever in cricket? Because this could be it. Okay, there we go. Lovely cross bat shot into the open space. and it goes for 4 runs. Too short, too slow, 4 runs. Game definitely in a lull. The field is quiet. The crowd is quiet. Yeah, that Palau effect. I wasn't sure about it, Sumit, but I think you're right. I think you are right. A few years ago, my son and I went to Lord's and did the kind of the backstage tour, and you get to see the change rooms and the long room and all of that, and then the tour ends in the lunchroom, and you actually eat lunch where the players eat lunch, and you served as if you were, oh, that's well bowled, well taken, plain a miss. And the menu was phenomenal, and I just can't believe how players can eat that lunch. I mean, it's 3 courses, a lot of ice cream. You can always get more, and then go and try and play after that lunch. The other thing that surprised me is that you extremely close to the other players. The tables, it's a small room, and the tables are right next to each other. And so that's got to be, oh, it's a chip. It should be taken. It is indeed. The dangerous pretty gets out, caught in the gully region. Well taken. Is that Chetna? It could be. Can't see. Let's see who it is. No, that is not Chetna. I apologize. That could be Shruti Suresh Kumar, I think, who picked up that out of the air. Critical wicket. And maybe the Palau effect is done and we can get on with some cricket.
Well, Peter, I think it's time for another water break because that was a long over. I don't think it's over yet. No, the batter is drinking water again. The new batter doesn't want to come on. The fielders are all bunched together. The umpire forgot that they're supposed to control the game. So my fellow commentator, Coach Peter, had to remind him. Chinmay, new batter in. That was well bowled and well played. Under her eyes. Ash is the new batter in. The conditions are extremely hot and humid. Chinmay to bowl the next ball to Anika. So Yashaditi, she has scored 11 runs in this tournament. She's been not in the best of her forms. End of the over. All the spectators are clapping. Batters are chatting. And fielders need another water break. Seems like there's a change in bowling. Sainavi Reddy is the new bowler. bowled 7 points, given away 24. Very economical bowler. 3.27 is their economy rate. Right on the money from the very beginning. Wonderful start for Sainavi. See how Yash counters that. 4 because then the pressure builds up and the batters end up throwing their wickets. That's an excellent ball. Sainavi has an excellent loop going on there. Nice flight delivery, right on the money from the very beginning. Starts with 2 dot balls. Third ball of the over. Sainavi bowling to Yash. Another dot ball. Sainavi is bowling really, really well. And it was good to see Pooja jump from behind the wicket and get to the ball in a flash. I don't think Pulao has had its effects on Pooja yet.
This has been a wonderful over. Loops, good footwork. Makes into a full toss. Beautifully fielded. Could be in trouble here. Oh, just to the right of the keeper. Struggling to pick it up there. Good work from Yash. Moving her feet beautifully. Yash moved to California as a youngster and graduated from Irvington High School. Played sketch. Women's national team for the USA and the 19 women's team. Not happy this week. Old beats in a slow bow is a leg spinner for sure. Yash enjoys baking. I wonder if she bakes some beautiful Indian sweets. I had something yesterday that was absolutely delightful, like a little dough ball with like syrup or honey. Oh, there's another outside edge. She really is struggling to read the spinning. That's a good over. Well done. 36 for 2 after 8.
Divya is coming into ball. From the parking lot end. No, she's bowled 7 overs for 28 runs in this tournament. She's getting her field right. First ball, excellent start. That's a good start by Pooja. Second ball of the over. And that's lobs up and nobody goes for it. That's a good start by Divya. Right on the money. The first 2 balls were eventful for Divya. Almost had Anika out twice. Third ball of the over. Anika plays to mid-wicket. Gargi runs in from mid-on, collects the ball, cleans it up. and is handing it over to Divya.
Smith, we have some interesting stats here about the bowling and the batting in particular.
So, hello, this is Muhilan Balasubramanian, an old commentator of the St. Louis Women's Open, and I would just like to comment on Anika Colin's batting today, as we have seen her perform an excellent partnership with Preeti. Now, I would just like to point out her batting stats, where she has batted 7 off of 23, which is okay in this situation, but chasing a score of 224, and as a previous captain, at this situation, I would really not like this stats. I would be more of like 14 and 15 off of 23, rather than this low score of just 7 off of 23, which is actually starting to drag the team and dwell up the pressure.
Good critique of the batting, yes. Perhaps she's just getting herself set to really explode the innings a little later on. Let's see. It's a ticking time bomb. Who knows?
The statistician was running harder than the players.
Yeah. It's a misfield. Just eases the pressure. Haruka letting that through. It's a huge pity because that was looking like a very, very tidy over. Couple of chances. And 38 for 2 after 8 overs.
.9.
8.9 is the required run rate, so it's just chipping up a little bit, isn't it? And here we go, water on the field. No, oh, thank the good Lord. The umpire has turned the water guy back, sent him back packing over the boundary cement. Looks like the umpires have regained control and the game can move.
Looks like the pull-out effect is wearing off on the umpires right now. They just want to get off the field as soon as they can. That's excellent bowling.
Yeah, you would think as umpire standing out there in this heat that you'd be eager to get back under the shade, which would be definite motivation to keep the game moving. Anyway, we are very grateful for our friends out there who are umpiring very nicely indeed, and it's hit very firmly to Madon. Divya picks it up and they come through for the single. Just feeling St. Louis Americans starting to Bluejays will have to some ways to pick up the scoring. Although at the same time, the 9th over or the 10th over, got plenty of time.
Asking rate close to 9. This point, low outfield and not a lot of running in the wickets. Tough for the Blue Jays. They think about not letting it. I agree with you. I think it's okay, but scoring more briskly, they can find themselves in a squeeze. Sainavi bowling the next ball to Yash, outside off stump, who tries to pull it. Appeal for LBW, but it was clearly outside. The impact was clearly outside the off stump.
Sainavi keeping it really tight. Good footwork. Oh, big chance, other end. Oh, Divya pops her head up and misses the opportunity there. Just the one run. Almost a bit of a chance there for the bowler as well. But lovely use of the feet from the batter, and she was able to come through for a 1. Loops it up. just on the toe of the bat, hit out towards the covers, and the ball comes in neatly. Gargi Bogle, the captain, calling for the quick changes. As there's another water break.
The moms are on the field. No one can say anything. The umpires are speechless. They don't want to get into.
There's been a change in your lovely commentary. After some consequent water breaks, which is dwelling upon the rate, we can see an ongoing start. Wide, Nika looks like misses.
Davey is going to bowl second ball. First ball over. Very good shot by Nika. No one there, and Sanvi comes in rushing from the 30 yards to stop it. They only take a single off of it.
So the youth commentators have pushed the older guys out, saying that it's too hot for them to handle, so better step back, let the youth take over for a little bit. The adults are going to be back in a little bit. On to KP, who was our statistician, so he needs to find another one. What's your name again? Muhilan. And Muhilan. There you go.
Mohilan, do you see that amazing catch that Sarah took in the Houston's game?
Yes, that is a remarkable show of athleticism and endurance. Even in this heat, she ran across from long on and plucks the catch out of thin air with using just one hand, almost alike to a baseball catch. Now coming back to this match, we would like to focus on the score, which is only 45 in 10 overs. That is 4.5 run rate. And we will just like to remind you once again that the score to chase is 224. And the batters will be looking to aggregate the innings from now on.
Oh, good shot. Going long on. They're pushing 2. Oh, is there going to be a run out? Yes. And there's a wicket. Amazing piece of fielding from Chinmay. Good catch by Divya. Knocks the bails off. It's time for you.
That is a remarkable show of fielding. Well, good cricket all around here. Nice catch by Divya, and she just rattles the stumps out. There's been a mishap between the batters, and it is Yashaditi walking back. She was halfway down the pitch, and as soon as she looks back, the balls were in Divya's hands, and the bells were already off. Unlucky for the West Bluejays, and the St. Louis Americans would be on top this moment. They have got their energy back from the first and second wicket of the openers, and now 3 batters are back in the pavilion, and it's now on Anika Colon, the set batter, to lead her team's innings to chase this gigantic total.
So Isani Vagela walks up to the crease on the non-striker's end, and Divya is going to bowl her final ball of the over. Cracking shot from Anika, goes all the way to long off. Chinmay stops it and throws it in. They take a single off of it, and that run ends the over.
And it is 47 out of 11 for the loss of 3. And it looks like it is Sainavi ready to continue her spell, bowling to Anika Colon on strike. Nice cut on the back foot, straight to covers. Nice bowling from Sainavi Reddy. She's bowling. She is really into her bowling and looks to be bowling to her field, which is very good. A very good sign of an experienced bowler.
Oh, what a shot! Looks like there's no one back there, but that was going to go to the boundary. Gargi from long on gets the ball and throws it in.
Oh, that is lovely. Nice use of the feet. Comes up and just lofts it over point. So it's more like a pickup shot. And that goes to and that is stopped by 3 fielders at deep point. And the batters cross for a double. And Anika Colon back on strike.
Looks like Tia Gonzalez did not anticipate that turn from the edge, and it goes to the left of her, and she misses it. So 3 fielders, Shruti, Divya, and Tia go to the ball and throw it in. So looks like he's going around the stumps to Anika and dot ball.
nice use of the feet. Ball on her leg and just comes up and just punches it down to mid-on for a single.
I'm going to give it to Nervin for the stats.
The required run rate for the West Bluejays is now 9.5, with a current run rate of 4.5.
Sainavi is going to bowl her last ball of the over to Isani. Oh, what a shot! Just into the gap. But St. Louis Americans already knew that was going to happen, so they have Divya back there to stop the 4.
Once again, usual shot selection of Anika goes on back foot and just cuts it as the leggy spins to the offside and cuts it through extra covers to Divya Saxena. That is over from Sainavi Reddy, and another good one from her and another good one for the St. Louis Americans, who are currently very, very top at the moment, piling the required run rate pressure on the batters, while all their bowlers are economical in their bowling spells. And it looks like Divya Saxena is here to continue her spell. She has bowled good in this match, in this innings, and her team will wish that she bowls good in her next 2 overs. Now, on the West Blue Jays side, they will hope that the set batter, Anika Colon, would find some way to agree innings from now on.
Davis gonna bowl 3rd over. How? Oh, look for the stumping. Hit bat. Pooja. It falls out of Pooja's gloves, and she goes for the stumping, but Nico knew that was gonna happen, so she gets back in her crease. So that's one opportunity to get Anika Cohen out, and she flicked it, but didn't get too much bat on it, so it didn't really go wide of the keeper, so the keeper could have gotten that. Good flick shot, goes to deep mid, and Tia stops it and throws it in back to the bowler.
And we see the fielding captain making changes to set the off field for Yashaditi, as they see that she is more strong on the offside and looking to play on the off. And as we have seen that, she cuts it right. Sorry, apologies. It's Ishani. And as we say that, a nice cut to D point for a single.
Good back foot punch. Luckily, they had a fielder there who's Harika and stops it and gives it back to Divya, the bowler. Oh, pops it up. If Harika was a little more in, I feel like that could have been another chance for Anika Cohen in 2 chances. So that ends the over, and for 3 and 13 overs.
comment on batting. Like, this is the third time the ball has popped out of the outside edge of her bat. You can see once again that she's not really able to read spin today, both from Sainavi and from Divya Saxena. And that would be an opportunity for the fielding team to take her wicket. We'll see how that goes from now on as Sainavi comes back to continue her spell.
Excellent hands from Pooja behind the stumps. Just missed the bat when Sainavi was blowing the leg spin. And Ishani collects it and a flash hits the stumps. Bales already on the field was appealing. Pooja was cut out. It was out. The umpire nods his right, says no. One bounce to Gargi. Good fielding there. Shani using her feet, coming up, and doesn't time it properly, and they get a single.
Very nice bowling from Sainavi. Once again, a flighted delivery, spins away, and cut right towards covers. Nice fielding we have seen from St. Louis Americans today. And that is a nice cracking shot towards cow corner and in between, long on. And Gargi collects it, and what a throw back to the bowler. And the batter cross for a single. Batters cross for a single. So apologies.
Back. Luckily they have the boundary, and then throws it back. Is the fifth ball of the over. Sainavi's gonna bowl the last ball of her over.
Oh, Anika Golan tries for her cut once again. That beats the outside edge into Pooja Ganesh's hands. Nice one from Sainavi once again. Sainavi, apologies. And the score is 61 at the end of 14 overs for the loss of 3.
Divya is gonna bowl her fourth over, and it's gonna be Divya to Ishani. So they have a deep point, a deep mid wicket, and a long on and long off. It looks like they're hitting, so I think there might be chances at the deep fielders. Oh, what a shot. Is that going to go all the way? Oh, amazing fielding by Tia Gonzalez. Goes running all the way from mid-wicket to square leg and stops it. Could have been a boundary, but they only get 2. Saved 2 runs by diving.
Very nice pull by Ishani. Looks like the pull effect is going off of the batters as they're pushing and looking to be aggressive to fasten the innings. Oh, looks like Ishani had a little bit of... Okay. Looks like it is all right.
Looks like Divya's not bowling to her field. She's bowling on the leg stump, but she has an offside field. Again, short pitch ball. Flicks it all the way. Oh, is that boundary?
Okay, pitch it up. You're fine.
That's not water, that's like a game.
Oh, that's a boundary. Good shot by Ishani. Flicks it all the way down to fine leg. Nandini running after it, but misses it. Tries to stop it with a dive, but she goes out with the ball out of the boundary. Looks like Divya. Divya's now having good over right now. Already gave 8 in 3 balls. We'll see what she will have to do differently now.
Very nice batting from Ishani. Comes up and just drives it to covers. Nice stop from the fielder.
Fifth ball. Oh, that's a better ball. And Ishani just defends it. Good ball coming into the batsman. Batter, sorry. And last ball over. See what the will do. Oh, Ishani just taps it. Is that going to be out? Oh, luckily they have good by Shruti. Excellent bowling and fielding by Divya. Over, and that over 9 runs. Looks like the pitch has dried up, and so has the ground. The pitch and the ground has dried up because the sun is coming up and just killing the players. 5 overs and 5 overs, and the moms from the St. Louis Americans team have came in and gave water. Excellent support from the parents and excellent support from the team to giving Ishani and Anika water. So looks like the game is in St. Louis Americans' hands. they cannot let it go. They cannot be bowling lots of extras. They cannot be bowling short pitch balls. The one thing that can help them win this game is by bowling outside off stump just a little bit and bringing it in, and they have to be bowling to their field. Like say they have a 6-3 field, 6 on the off stump, then they should bowl to the offside. But if they have a 4-5 field, 5 on the leg side, then they should be bowling to the leg side.
And I'd also like to talk about the match conditions. We have some confidence and morale pumping music being blasted by the DJs we have here in the ACAC ground. And looks like everybody's still in energy, even though everybody's had lunch and the sleeping melatonin will be kicking in for half the people at the field now. So it looks like the field. So the St. Louis Americans are back out in the field after a nice energizing drinks break, and let's hope that the batters and the fielders are refreshed and ready to go, and let's hope that these 15 overs go by in a zip, and we find out who takes the cup home. And that's the first ball sign of in the air, but no fielders there, drops short, and nice collection by the fielder and nice throw. And the batters sneak a single from Ishani, who hits the floated ball to cow corner region and gets a single. It's okay start to sign of he's over. Oh, once again, straight to fielder and dropped. Oh, this is not good for the St. Louis Americans, and that is a boundary. Yep, and that is a boundary. And it's Anika Colin this time, the set batter. Oh, this is not good for St. Louis Americans. The set batter gives up a chance, and they don't hold on. And both of the batters aggressing now, coming up to the ball, attacking the ball. Sainavi's looking to get a wicket through this. Almost. Oh! Nice turn, almost gets the outside edge and the wicket of Anika. Nice bowling from Sainavi. She'll be looking to get a wicket with this loft and make the batsman play at it and get a catch in the deep. Shouldn't be dropped. That is a nice cut off the back foot by Anika. Misfield by the fielder at extra covers, and that lets a 2. Anika comes back for a double. Really not good fielding
So it looks like Anika is now scared to step up now because they just dropped her kids. Looks like she's staying in her crease, playing back of the crease and going back and playing those cut shots and those drives.
That's a nice drive to long on, but only come back for the 2.
Sign of he's coming in. Slide sit, is that gonna go all the way? Oh, the throw, just a single. Anika looked like she wanted the 2. Good backup by Chinmay. Just stays low for Sanavi, and that ends the 16th over.
Tia coming into the attack. As you can see here, Anika and Isani are trying to build a partnership here. They're really set in. If they get out, this could really bring the pressure to West Bluejays, costing them the match.
So Tia Gonzalez is going to bowl her first ball to Anika Colin of the innings for Tia, and let's see what she will do. She's right arm off spin. Oh, just on the ground.
The vice captain bowled a nice full ball there, and Anika only managed to drive it back to the bowler. So it's a good ball there. Oh, she pulls that nicely, but that's fielded there. Oh no, it's a misfield. They're coming back for the 2, and that's a nice throw there by Nandini. They only managed to get a double.
Now that the game is getting into St. Louis American talent, I can see some poor fielding, like the drop catch and this.
Let's just really on here, Trish, because this is the finals we're talking about. So everyone has to stay on their toes.
Thank you for saying that, Yvonne. Oh!
That's an inside edge.
Inside edge.
Hamel gonna go for a single here.
Just for a single. That's the 3rd opportunity to get her out. Very, very close.
Almost takes the off stump, but just misses. Anika gets alive here, and that is the only single. Nice ball spinning into the batter. Oh, very good running. Punches it to point. And Anika has a very good call. Nice running. Quick singles. The Blue Jays really do need them. Anika's on strike. And Anika will be looking to carry the aggressive intent she had when Sainavi was bowling the previous over. Shorter on the off. Pulled to cow corner. And Divya collects it and throws it back to the bowler, and the batters cross for a single.
Amazing ball by Tia. Just spinning off. I think Isani thought that was a wide full ball, and even if she went for the drive, she could have edged it.
What a ball. Stepped up. Anika stepped up. It was flighted a lot, and then she stepped up and completely missed it. And Pooja Ganesh with a great stumping behind the wickets.
Amazing ball by Sai. Just made Anika step up. She misses it completely. Pooja, excellent hands behind the stumps. Just knocks off the bails, and Abhishek, the umpire, signals out. This is Anika Cole, batsman for 32, of size over stopped. All St. Louis Americans keeper.
Trisha Bhima, the new batsman at the crease. She'll face Sai with 5 balls left in the over.
Oh, looks like St. Louis Americans have brought a slip. Gargi Boaz slip getting right. It's a really wide slip. Let's see what, since she's a leg spinner, I see what they're doing. Oh, just wide. Really short by Sai. It's okay though, because she's got a wicket before. Now we just have to, now that the partnership is broken, let's see what St. Louis Americans will do to change up their bowling. Amazing ball by Sai. Just brings her back and lands just outside of the pitch, bouncing a lot, almost to the head of Trisha. Oh, squares her up. She wanted to leave it, but then it spun, and she had to defend it.
Right now, for the moment, SDL has the upper advantage here. So soon wickets are going to be falling, and West Blue Jays are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Chance goes down. Dropped cap by Gargi, the captain. That could have been costly for the West Blue Jays. Trisha gets
good field placement by Gargi, but she moved there thinking an edge, and she knew there was going to be an edge. She just not executed. Looks like it's Gargi really wanted for her.
A nice ball. It's 18 overs up, and it's 86 for 4. Tia back into the attack here. Let's see what she's going to do this over.
Looks like the team is going with spinners, as the spinners are doing the job against today. And Divya now going Sai and Tia from this side. Knight pulled to deep square leg, and the fielders run in, and that is a boundary. Oh, well done shot. Guys,
It's
a well-did shot from Ishani, short, and she slants and does a cross bat and pulls it to deep square leg. Unfortunately, there's no deep square leg, which is confusing at this point in time. That is a 4. Right in the gap. Nice batting from Ishani.
the batters are starting to speed things up here, but they need to keep this constant run rate so they can catch up to 225.
Another one spins in. Ishani goes on the back foot and then punches it to deep square cow corner for a single. Deep mid wicket. Apologies for a single.
Looks like Tia's gonna bowl her fourth ball. Oh, goes into the air. Oh, and Nandini falls down, but good backup by Shruti. She kind of flicks it to square leg and goes through Nandini's legs, but lucky they had Shruti back there to get it and throw it back in. Tia bowling the last ball. Oh, is that out? Yeah, and that's out! That is the big wicket they needed. That is Isani. She was on a roll, 21, and just nicked it. An amazing keeping by Pooja. Good ball by Tia. Just made her drive, but didn't spin like Isani wanted it to, and just nicks it.
Great ball by Tia. Isani edged it right into the keeper's gloves. Pooja with a great catch. What a bowling. This will put more pressure on the Blue Jays, and this will help the St. Louis Americans' confidence and better their chances of winning.
Excellent fielding by Harika. Never mind. Good shot by looks like my mom and Nandini's mom are dancing.
Great music being played here at the ACAC Park. It's bringing some people to dance too.
Sai's gonna bowl her second over. Oh, is that gonna be called? Yeah, she catches it this time. What a catch! Good plan by Gargi. Knows there's gonna be an edge. Top edges it straight to the captain. Easy sitter catch. Good ball by the side.
Looks like the dancers are not in sync, but they're doing what makes them happy.
So, Adi, as a captain, what would you do and tell your batsmen to do at this point of time?
Take the game deep, or 2 or 3 fours and no singles and doubles, and the first one hard.
Thank you very much, Adi. Looks like that wicket just sent them 6 down. And looks like Anika Krishnan has came to the crease. That's why that wicket picked up Sai's first wicket.
Gargi coming back. Her plan has worked out. Leggy spins it away from the batter. And 2 catches have gone to the captain standing at gully right now. And that shows us that the plan is working. Oh, nice ball from her outside of delivery. Nice catch. Oh, nicely taken by Puja Ganesh. Nice execution from Gargi till this point. Bowling to her field exceptionally as she has a wide slip right for the batters. And as she takes the ball away, the batter nips it and straight into the slippers. And that is bowled in. Wild swing, no foot movement at all. Tries to slog it. That is floated up on the middle stump, and that just spins in. That shatters the stump. What a bowling from Gargi. What a bowler she is. Exceptional bowling and exceptional execution.
Anika Krishnan, the batsman, goes for a big hit and completely misses it. Great ball by Sai to get another wicket.
So, what do you got? Who do you think had the best fielding on SCL Americans?
Krish, I have a question for you.
Okay.
In SDL, which person do you think had an exceptional performance in fielding these 4 matches?
I would say she's a keeper Even though she's a keeper, but Pooja exceptionally well. Didn't give that many buys, and she got lots of stumpings. Like one game she got like 2 stumpings, a catch, and a run out. That's very good figures right there, and that helped them win the game. So my vote is Pooja.
That's nice to know, Krish. For me, it would be Chinmay. She has done exceptional fielding this match and the past few matches.
I agree with Krish that Pooja is one of the best fielders on their team. She's already been involved in 2 wickets today.
Adi, who do you think is the best fielder on St. Louis Americans?
I think it's clear that it's Pooja. She's been taking some crazy good collects behind the wicket and has had multiple stumping and caught behinds.
So guys, there's a new bowler coming into the attack, and her name is Nandini Shinde. On the first game for St. Louis Americans, she bowled exceptionally well. I think Captain Gargi maxed her out 6 overs. So let's see what she will do this over.
Krish, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
Do you think the pull-out effect has wore off on everyone?
Yes, I do. Oh, no ball signals the umpire. Oh, wide balls. Wide ball. Sorry, guys. He had water bottles in his hands, but I think the pull-out effect has worn off.
I have to agree with you, Krish. No more water breaks or any of the moms coming into the fields, don't you think?
And that's in the air, but they land where no one is. Good ball by Nandini and good fielding by Chinmay. One bounce straight to the air.
Pitched up, driven in the air, but drops before the mid-off fielder, Chinmay.
Oh, exceptional ball. Pitching on the off stump, but her angle made it come in and swung in. Made the batsman go on the back foot because she was not confident of going on the front foot. Nandini's going to bowl her second ball. Third ball, sorry. Oh, what a ball! Batsman does not move her foot to the ball and tried cutting it, but big swing, no ding.
Late swing by the batsman, Tanushree, and she misses it completely as it's a good ball outside off.
He's going to bowl her 4th ball over. Oh, what a shot! Pulls it to fine leg, and little misfield, and they only get 2. Just short pitch, and she moves to off middle stump and pulls it back to fine leg. Good shot.
And that's 100 up for the West Blue Jays in 19 overs.
He's gonna bowl. Oh, what a ball! Late swing by the bowler, full ball, late swing, and the only thing the batter could do was defend it. Last ball of the over for Nandini. Good shot, but a good stop by the fielder, Shruti. Just like the shot before, Varshita moves to the middle stump and pulls it. Tanushree moves to the middle stump and pulls it all the way to fine leg. hits the body. Will they run? Good keeping by Puja. Tanushree is on strike to Chinmay. Pretty short ball. Could have pulled that. They really need runs right now, but decides not to and really can't change it now. Leg side wide. Again, Tanushree moves to the middle stump and tries pulling it. Again, same ball. Chinmay bowls a short pitch ball on the leg stump. Tanushree moves again to the middle stump and it tries hitting it. What a ball. Just no swing. Angles in and just hits the bail. That dismisses Tanushree at the ball. Hits the top of off stump. And that is the 8th wicket. Well left by the batsman. Lots of extras. Like I said before the inning started, in the other inning, St. Louis Americans must have to control their extras, or else they will lose the game in their hands. What a ball, short pitch ball. Ananya goes on the back foot and just misses it. Almost hits the edge. Well played by Ananya Srinivasan. Defends the good ball. Only a miracle could help West Blue Jays win this game. So as you can see, right next to the comment box, there's those amazing trophies for best batsman, champions, and runners-up, and best bowler. Oh, well played, well played. Defends the good ball, stays a little low, but ends up defending it. That ends the over. 3 dot balls on the last 3 balls. Looks like Sai Tanmai is going to bowl. Oh, sorry guys. It's Chetna. Chetna ready. So guys, Chetna is going to be bowling her 4th over, and she's coming back into the attack. She opened the bowling, I'm pretty sure.
You won.
And now she's coming back into attack on the 23rd over. They only have 2 people back. 2 people outside the 30 yards. A deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. And I see what they're doing just in case that short pitch on leg stump comes and they hit it. Oh, doesn't spin. Wide ball. Chetna could bowl better balls. Oh, amazing fielding by Sainavi. She plays a cut shot. It spins once it touches the ground, and she dives to her left and stops it. Good effort, good stop. Right, Chetna's gonna bowl. Oh, good keeping by Pooja Ganesh behind the stumps.
Good length at 4th stump and a big swing and a miss.
Batsman's head was up. She was looking up when she was hitting the shot, so that's why she missed it. Just stayed a little low. Oh, umpire signals no ball. It goes off the pitch. But looks like Chetna will have to recover from this.
It was a good over before that. Only 1 run coming from it and 4 dots.
Oh, come back from Chetna, just bringing it into the right-hander, and she didn't have any time to hit it. Oh, no foot movement, but still hits it. Good fielding by Sainavi. It looks like Sainavi was having a good fielding day today.
Great over. 2 runs goes off of extras and 6.
Looks like this is Chinmay's last over, and she's picked up 3 very nice wickets. And to start off her wicket taker, first ball of the game, Lasha, the captain, she left the ball and misses it. know why they're appealing, but it hit the batsman's chest. Little extra bounce, and the batsman misses it and did not know that the bounce was going to come. Oh, batsman tries to hit it to deep fine leg but misses it, and that's another extra. Looks like Chinmay is giving a lot of extras to the end of her spell. Chinmay's bowling. Oh, is that going to be... Oh, another wide. What is happening? 5 wides in the past 2 overs. This is not going well for Chinmay. Is the pull-out effect going back on Chinmay now at the end of the game? Chinmay's gonna bowl. Oh, well played. No swing on it. Comes to the front foot and defends it.
Great ball, and this is not good for the West Blue Jays. They need to start hitting now, as they have 7 overs left and more than 100 runs.
Bat to pad, a good length ball, a very good ball, but looks like Ananya Srinivasan tried to play the pull shot, but it hits the bat and then hits the pad. Oh, well played. Look, she tried to pull it, but realized it's a very good ball and just defends it. Wide ball. Going down like, how many extras is she pulling? That's her 6 in the past 2 overs. This is not, the St. Louis Americans need to control their extras. Looks like all the runs this over are coming from extras. Moves away from the ball, bends it. Spell. It's gonna, and she ends her spell with a beautiful 3 wickets and a 3.67 economy. plays it a little late, and they only take a single. Varshita Chamburi, the batsman, plays the ball really late, and they have 6 overs to bat. Looks like the game's going to be impossible now. They need 4 runs every ball. Oh, good shot. Good effort, too, and a good stop in the end. Looks like Pooja, the keeper, needs a cut behind to get best keeper. Hi guys, I have a joke. What's the difference between Cinderella and a batsman who keeps nicking off? Cinderella knew when to leave the ball. Ha ha ha, so funny. I thought it off the top of my head. Thanks, Adi, for giving me ideas. Looks like Shruti is going to bowl first over. She didn't really have a good bowling experience yesterday. So see what she'll do today.
Wide ball, overpitched, outside off, and great take by Pooja.
It's like Shruti's bowling. Oh! And just wanted to get her some. And what a ball by Shruti. Just outside. And the batsman misses it. Doesn't play the ball. And looks like gets a no. Very good coach. Looks like she's on fire tonight, and just has to get back in the group. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
You don't even
off
need
the
the
pitch.
batsman name.
And Varshita is going to play a free hit. Oh. Oh my gosh, a wide ball. You really can't be bowling wides right now. It's a free hit, and the free hit continues, and you get an extra run. What is happening to Shruti? 2 days ago, she was bowling excellent in the first game, but yesterday she did not bowl good, bowling lots of extras.
Another wide bowled by Shruti. Krish, I have a question for you. What would you say is the captain to the bowler that's bowling 5 extras already and has only bowled 1 legal ball and it's a free hit right now?
So I would say just try to aim for that offside wide line, and I wouldn't say go around the stumps like she's doing, even though that's a good ball. Around the stumps can be a little like.
Sorry to cut you off, Chris. Short pitch on middle stump, pulled away to deep middle.
Around the stumps, she's ball. So around the stumps, I would say just outside, just like moving out, and try to not as much in. Like she was angled that much in, because that's swing.
Ball from Shruti, outside off, full ball, and the batsman, Varshita swings and nicks it, and it goes straight up, and a good catch by the short third man fielder. Sorry, Ananya was the batsman that got out.
Anita is coming in. Anita K.
This game. West Bluejays need 106 in a lot of balls. I think it's very that they only 1 wicket left. Seems like St. Louis has this in the bag. Oh! There's a something chance and looks like she got it. Is the game. Game is over. St. Louis has beat the Jays by a lot of runs. It looks like they're playing champion because now.
And that ends the match. Took an amazing air. And that is the end of the West Bluejays. STL Americans have won the match. Unbelievable, folks.
STL American and have won the finals. Great tournament they've had.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today for the finals. And STL Americans take home the cup, and the West Blue Jays have been knocked out. And it has been a wonderful day for everyone here. What a match we have witnessed. A lot of great cricket happening here. And thank you for joining us for this absolutely
Please you the music while you're waiting.
Today, so we've had Simon. What is she? Who knows? Who knows?
70.
Huh? Partnership. Do you remember? Can you guys pull up how partnership was? Sorry guys, I just need a bit of help from you guys. You've been bloody awesome. How was commentating? Good time?
Okay.
What? Good. Let's get some stats for that game. And also, some of the good wicket takers that. So, check on the side as well. Puja was she took
It's between Anika and one. Not even put Anika, not even a partner.
took me catches. Chinning my 3 wickets. Bowled really well this tournament.
I contested.